I'd like to call to meeting the Halifax County School Board to order and welcome those who are in attendance. We'd like to ask each board member to make sure that your microphones are on and that they're working. We will hear each opinion but ultimately act as one. We will speak candidly and courteously to each other and listen to dissenting and different viewpoints with an open mind. We will help each other to depersonalize disagreements. Once we reach a decision or compromise as a board, we will each support the will of the board in word and in deed. Now I ask for a moment of silence. Now I ask for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Excuse me, before we do that, we need to take a moment. Excuse me, can you hear me?
Excuse me.
Yeah, we need to take a moment of silence for the people of the Ukraine. Because no matter what you may think about the Ukraine, the devastation and the well, that's the wrong word, the catastrophe that's going on over there need to be acknowledged. If we don't acknowledge it, we're saying that it's all right. It's all right for children to get killed. It's all right for pregnant women to get killed. It's all right for defenseless people to come back and get weapons and protect their homeland. And God knows we don't want that to happen to America. Do we? Do we? No. Okay, then. So we need to give another few seconds of reflection on what's really going on. Because don't think it can't happen here. Don't think it can't. It can. We got the right climate for this to take place. We need to understand that we need to pray for those people. We need to pray for this country as well. And let us take an additional moment aside before we do the pledge. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. Now the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Second item on the agenda will be the approval of the agenda, and I now ask for any amendments. And if there are none, then I would like to get a motion and a second for the approval of the agenda.
I move we accept the agenda as is.
Thank you, Mrs. Shotwell. Is there a second? Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. And all opposed. The agenda has been approved.
Thank you.
Next item is a motion for the consent agenda to be approved. So I need a motion and a second.
Approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Lloyd. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Potts. Is there any discussion?
I have a question on the VSBA policy revisions. The way it's written in the document that we have, is that going to be amended specifically for Halifax County? Because right now it says the school board of blank in most of the documents.
It will be
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay. All those in favor of the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed? The consent agenda has passed. Next item is citizen comments. I want to read something. We'd ask that all presenters are asked to state their name when they come up to the podium. Each speaker on a public concern is limited to 3 minutes unless that individual is speaking for a group, and that is 5 minutes. The First Amendment gives citizens the right to speak out on matters of public concern, but not the right to speak out on matters of private concern. Speakers on private matters will be told they are out of order, asked to be seated, and asked to take the matter through the proper chain of command. Just ask for you to come and speak to us as a board. We're happy to hear you.
Madam Chairman, my name's Jack Donovan, and I'm not going to speak tonight because you've got a full plate here. But I do have a letter from 2 organizations that are really concerned about our schools, and I would like to pass them out to the school board members, and then I will get out of you all's way, and you all have a blessed evening. A short one, I hope.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan.
How you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, good to be here.
Thank you. Doing fine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan. Do we have anyone else who would like to come up and speak?
Devon Hall. I just want to go ahead and say a few things that I know are on everybody's mind tonight, and I'm hoping that we can all get answers here tonight, because a lot of people are really frustrated at this point with everything that's gone on in the last 2 weeks or so, last month actually, with this school board. One, I think people want to know why the meeting was not live streamed when it was the last time, because that decision withheld thousands of people the information to see what was going on, especially with metal detectors and school safety. So I'm glad that y'all decided to make this, moving forward, a meeting that's always going to be streamed. But yeah, people want to know why that meeting was canceled, the real reason it was canceled. I think people have been asking, and they've gotten the same generic response, that I think a lot of people can see through that response, that it's not accurate. I would also like to ask this board to reconsider the leadership of this board. Moving forward, I think we need to really have someone else in the helm of chairperson. I think we're going through a very difficult time right now, and the present leadership, I don't think is suited to get us through these times, especially with the new high school, when the present leadership did not want the new high school. So I think that's something that needs to be addressed tonight at some point. And also the leak of the photo that got around to a lot of employees the past week with the salaries. I know that was a real kick in the teeth for a lot of people, people that have been working in the school system for countless numbers of years to only get a $5 raise. Now, I'm not going to say every raise was outrageous, because there were a few that were outrageous, but some were warranted. Some people have worked in the school system for 30 plus years, and I think when you reach that pinnacle of your profession, your pay should reflect that. So I think some pay was understandable, but others, a lot of people did not see that in that sense. People are mad, people are frustrated, and I really, as teachers, and as a former teacher in the county myself, we shouldn't be afraid of this establishment as teachers. okay? We shouldn't be afraid to speak out and run the risk of being reprimanded or being called up on some personal stuff outside of the classroom. Teachers want to speak out, but they're afraid to speak out. And I remember Bug's Life. I don't know if you've ever seen the movie A Bug's Life. It's one of the best animated movies out there.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Bug's Life is simply about grasshoppers, very few grasshoppers, try to tell the ants what to do. Ants outnumber the grasshoppers about one grasshopper about 50 ants. I really wish the teachers of the county would see that there's power in numbers. There are people here that support you. There's people on this board that support you. And I really wish that we could come together and move forward as a community. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Is there anyone else who would wish to speak? Okay.
Good evening. I'm Amanda Hodney from the northern end of the county. I'm here tonight. I am very disappointed that the school board, some of the members over the months changed their mind about whether we needed a new high school or not. Evidently, some of you must have your head in the sand and do not know how bad the economy is. And it was bad when it was voted on. The county cannot afford this, and I don't appreciate people being, some of the board led me to believe that they were against the high school, then they changed the vote. The county cannot afford a new high school. The building is not the problem, it's the discipline. The discipline in the schools, the high school, on the buses. That's the problem in the county. Now, you can build all the big new schools you want to and put all those millions of dollars into it. If it's not maintained and have no discipline, you don't have anything. As I said, the school system gets practically 50% of what the county gets in taxes here. I don't think we're getting our money in a whole lot of ways. I have been told by students what goes on the school bus, how they treat the drivers, they smoke on the bus, they cuss on the bus, in the schools they tear everything off to pieces. Plus there's no maintenance. And as I said, I'm disappointed in the board members that voted for a new high school when they know the county cannot afford it. As I said, the taxes, about half of the taxes that are collected in Halifax County go to a school system. So, anyway, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hodnett.
Move the last one. Hodnett.
Let me try another way so I don't hit somebody's foot.
Do we have anyone else who wants to come forward?
Yes, my name is Carl. I'm a bus driver. And I would like to reiterate some of the things that they said.
Point of order, please. Quiet. I was just asking the crowd to quiet. And can you make sure that microphone is on?
Please speak up right.
Yeah,
Is
there
it
you
on?
go. Speak into the mic. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Carl Hill. I'm a bus driver, and I just wanted to reiterate some things that have been said regarding the bus driver, what we have to go through. And based upon the recent raises, I don't think we're properly compensated for all the things we have to go through. We have been told that since we're part-time workers, we cannot be a part of VRS. But I also, from another human resources person, tell me that we can be part of VRS if the school boards allocate funds for it. So, like I said, I think we should reconsider the compensation for the bus driver. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward?
Hello, my name is Lori East. I'm here to speak on behalf of the paraprofessionals. I personally am disappointed and I'm hurt by their salary scale. I know several paraprofessionals that do not make minimum wage, especially the special education parapros, what they have to go through in a day and a week for years. If they have to be one-on-one parapros to students that they have to do perhaps extra things for than maybe other parapros, something that I wouldn't have to do in my job. They do a lot. Our parapros are the background and are the running forces of our education system, and they hold our teachers and they keep us lightened so we can do what we need to do. They help save us. Why are we not saving them? They don't make minimum wage. Can you pay your bills? Did you have gas in your car to come here tonight? Because I had to borrow money from my mother-in-law. I'm a teacher. I have a master's degree in special education, and I'm good at what I do. I had to borrow money to come here tonight to speak. Did you have to borrow money to come here tonight? Our paraprofessionals deserve better. Some of them work 2 or 3 jobs. My paraprofessional said, I need to get another job. I said, you can't do 4 jobs. She said, I don't know what else to do. I don't want to leave our county. We have people that are loyal to this county. I'm one of them. I believe in Halifax. I advocate for Halifax. I do whatever I can to lighten the mood and to raise money and do whatever I can for these students. Please consider our paraprofessionals, their pay scale. They don't make minimum wage. I know I've said that probably 7 times. They do not make minimum wage. That's a problem.
30 seconds.
I please need you to fix it. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Lori East. I'll root for our paraprofessionals. Please help them. And I will continue to borrow gas money. As long as I need it, doesn't matter. I still make it through, just like our paraprofessionals do, because that's what we do as educators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. East. Is there anyone else that would wish us to come up and speak? Okay. All right. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report and information items. Number 1, superintendent's comments. Mrs. Hall.
Well, excuse me, go ahead.
Good evening. Can you hear?
Yep.
I would like to welcome all in attendance and all that are listening through by live stream. Student artwork entries were submitted to the Virginia School Board Association's art contest, and we had entries from the elementary, middle, and high school. Next month, we'll recognize our student participants, and we will display their exceptional art. So please come next month to see the entries that we did send to the Virginia School Board Association, and at that time, we'll give you the results of the entries. Again, I want to speak on safety just a moment. Safety is center stage for us, and maintaining a safe and secure environment is virtual. It's just important for all of our students of all ages. Mr. Lewis and I have been discussing safety issues, and we've talked about some concerns and some possible solutions. Mr. Lewis is here tonight, and certainly he'll be sharing details from our meeting and be speaking of his daily safety procedures that are in place. He'll also talk about the equipment that we have and how it's being utilized. At the elementary level, we do have metal detectors in our elementary schools, and they were purchased prior to the pandemic. Mr. Davis is in the process of securing training for our elementary administrators at this point. So as you can see, we are focused on safety and safety at all levels, not just the high school, but elementary schools, and this includes the middle school also. We are still conducting activities to support the school board's goals, and some of those activities, Ms. Fraley, are listed on the agenda, and they will come under reports and unfinished business. So this concludes my remarks.
Thank you, Mrs. Hall. Next item is the chair remarks, and I have a couple of things. First of all, I want to make an announcement about March 21st. At 1 o'clock, we will be meeting to go over the salary scale adjustment. That will, of course, be a closed session. We'll have it at the conference room in this building. Second thing I'd like to say is I would like to commend Meadville Elementary School and Sunshine Martin in raising over $10,000 for the American Heart Association fundraiser. Is Mr. Neal here? I thought I saw him earlier, but maybe I was wrong. Okay. I just think that's an outstanding thing for folks to do, and I'm just looking to see if there's anyone. Is there anyone here from Meadville? Could you pass this along to them tomorrow? Thank you, Ms. Layball. Mr. Lloyd, do you have any remarks to make? Okay. Student representative, Ms. Brandon?
Good evening. The addition of metal detectors ensures safety for each student. However, it causes excessive tardiness. Students are starting to get written up for tardiness because they must go through the metal detectors. To solve this problem, students should be given notes to class letting the teachers know they were going through the metal detectors or stopping the metal detector searches when the bell rings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda would be recognitions for the high school athletics, Mr. Lewis, and for the middle school athletics, Mrs. Miller.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Ms. Hall, board members. It's certainly a pleasure to be here tonight to recognize a lot of our student athletes. And while we readily admit as a community we have challenges within our schools, certainly we have a number of things that need to be recognized, and this is one of those opportunities we would like to take to recognize the good that does take place inside the walls of our schools and focus on that. I'd like to take this time to call forward our athletic director, Mr. Alan Lauder, and our coaches to recognize our different individuals and individual teams. Thank you.
Thank you all for having us tonight. We would like to recognize several groups, and I'm gonna let coaches recognize for those that are here, and then we've got one group that I will probably handle. We don't have any of the kids here, but I'm gonna start with Coach Sensitive with football. He's got some kids he wants to recognize. So, Coach, if you want to go ahead.
Thank y'all. Thank you for the time, folks, and just want to say about our kids that we have great kids. Our kids work really hard, we push them really hard, and we hold them to a standard. And sometimes our kids fail, and don't meet that standard, but I like to say that we're in the mess up business and that we're here to help them when they mess up and correct them and guide them. And That's what we try to do with our kids. Our kids on the football team, took, like many other teams, we took the brunt of COVID, and the kids did the best they could, and we had a fairly successful season. And I just want to recognize all our all-district kids and all our all-region kids, and thank them personally for putting up with me and putting up with everything they had to, and thank them and tell everybody that if I had an option, I would take them all back again. I wish I had another year with them. I wish I had some more time with them to develop more and get some more things done that we're trying to get done in these difficult times. But I will say once again, I feel blessed to have these kids, and I would do anything for them, and I think they would do anything for us. So, I want to recognize our all-district kids. Some of them have made it, some of them haven't. Some of our all-region kids. First team defensive end, all-district, Zach Carter. First team all-district defensive back, Samaji Jeffries, a junior, returning. Come this way. First team outside linebacker, junior returning, Malik Tucker. First team all-district running back, Kyler Smalls. Unfortunately, senior. Another senior, first team offensive line, Cameron Turbeville. First team wide receiver, sophomore, Kanye Kale. Our second team kids, second team all-district, all-purpose player, Wyatt Nelson. And second team all-district tight end, Zach Carter. In the region, this is all the teams in our greater region, ranks from Blacksburg to Amherst, all the way to Western Albemarle. We had several kids recognized as first team all region, Kyler Smalls. First team all region, offensive line, Cameron Turbeville. Our second team kids that were recognized, second team all region defensive end, Zach Carter. And second team all region linebacker, Malik Tucker. I appreciate your time, and like I said, folks, we love our kids. We'll fight for them, do anything we can for them, and we have great kids. So I just want to say that. Thank you.
Our winter sports, which we just finished up a few weeks ago, we had some outstanding teams and seasons. Basketball, which we're going to recognize both of our basketball boys and girls. Boys, not the season that they're accustomed to, but they did a good job considering they were rebuilding. So at this time, I will let Sterling Williams, head basketball coach, come up and speak.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Hope everybody's doing well. I'm Coach Sterling Williams. As Coach said, it's not the season that we had kind of gotten accustomed to the last 3 years, coming up here talking about regional championships, but COVID kind of set us back, and we didn't have the off-season like we used to having, and that's where teams are made, is in the off-season. So for all your athletes, young athletes out here tonight, there's really no off-season in sports. This time when you're not playing games is where the players made. So find out when those workouts are going on, get in that weight room, get on the court, get on the gridiron, and make yourself a better player so that when the season comes up next year, you're a much better athlete, you're a much better player than you were the year before. Sorry about that. But for our season, we went 9-11. We ended up the regular season 9-9. Came sixth seed in the region, and we ended up losing to Blacksburg, who we faced last year, and they brought everybody back, and they had 9 seniors, and they're just a really good team. We've had a little bit of adversity. I went out with COVID throughout the season. We ended up playing three games, and 4 games a week the last 2 weeks, and ended the season with 5 straight road games just because of the weather and those cancellations during the beginning of the season. But throughout the season, it's not all about wins and losses. It's more about making those memories with the guys, and we were able to do that. Some of those highlights during that time when we were out, the team went 3-0 under Coach Lambert. So that highlight for him and for those guys, and a testament to the work that he puts in as well. So we lost to Blacksburg, like I said, but throughout that game, the officials came to me throughout that game and told me how well those guys were handling themselves, how well they was handling the environment, and how well they was handling the adversity. And I was looking at them like, keep talking to me. We're after the game. And after the game, after it was all said and done, that put a smile on my face because it was a really tough environment. We weren't playing the way we wanted to play, and the season kind of came to an end. But we handled that adversity really well, and that's the thing about life that's going to carry these guys on, is how they handle when things are not going well. And throughout, we were able to get some guys on the first team, all district, and second team all region. First team all district was Osiris Ross and Zach Carter. Second team was Kanye Cattle and Kanye Cato, and honorable mention was Josh Miller. The all region team was, we had 2 players on the all region team. Second team was Osiris Ross and Zach Carter again. Those guys, thank you all for the support, and I'm looking forward to seeing all of these young athletes in workouts this spring and summer. Thank you.
Congratulations, guys. I do want to reiterate what he said about COVID setting them back. These 2 do so many things with their kids outside of basketball to help with team building and character building, and they just were not able to do it over the last 12, 18 months. So it showed, it set them back, but they also did a great job during the season of bringing them along. So anyway, congratulations. I'd like to bring up girls basketball. I saw Coach Edmonds. I don't know if Coach, do you want to speak? Since Coach Graham is not here, I'm not sure where he is.
I'm Sam Evans. I'm the assistant coach for the girls varsity basketball team, and I would like to say thank you all for having us.
thank you all for being here. And historically, girls basketball does not get a lot of support no matter where you go. This group of girls right here, and the reason why I asked them all to come up is so that you could recognize, see them, and hopefully at this moment give them some support that they probably should have gotten a little bit throughout the year. And we understand that when we're playing, the guys are playing, and oftentimes we're stretched apart. So at this time, can we give them a hand? Okay. So when David Graham is the head coach, he's a little ill right now, so he's not able to make it today. However, when he and I took over the program, none of the girls here, they have all graduated when we first came on. So everybody that is here fully came through our program. But this would be the first group to do that. We've had some outstanding players that come through, and this year, these girls excelled better than any team Halifax has had, with the exception of the team that Matt McCargo had. Now, Matt McCargo had his girls from the rec league all the way through. This team did not have that opportunity, and they produced a record of 16-6. We only lost to 3 teams, which was Magna Vista. When their year was over, they only had 4 losses. We lost to Liberty Christian Academy. When their season was over, I believe their record was 4 losses. In EC Glass. And when their season was over, they had 4 losses. So it took some great teams to beat these girls. Liberty Christian beat EC Glass twice. So that's how tough it was. And it took those teams to defeat these girls we have here. Now, throughout the year, we had some exceptional play. Girls stepped up when they needed to. And we want to thank all of them. We have 2 tremendous defensive players that I'm going to recognize tonight, Sadie Bailey and Lanaya Reed. I talked to Coach Graham, and I'm going to say this because I think it's good for them to hear. When the schools did their voting, the way that they voted, we don't believe it was fair. So maybe going forward, if more of our voices are lended to that process, we might be able to change it. Because we were unfortunate, in my opinion, to have 2 girls that are recognized throughout the district as well as the region, despite the fact that their play was better than some of the girls that was awarded above them. So for our district, our first team, we had Shemaya Hankins, who led the district and the region in double-doubles. And also we had Ella Morrison, first team. And in all region, Shemaya Hankins made second team, and Ella Morrison made first team. So going forward, we have Shemaya coming back, we have Kamara coming back. To those seniors, we wish you the best in life, and for those that are coming back, let's have Halifax support them next year. We've started a good program. Thank you.
Hey, Coach, catch your girls. They want to get some photographs.
Yeah, they're ready to go.
Coach, getting a photo.
Judge.
Let me ask Paul.
She graduated last year.
members, and, we wish we could have gotten more here, but we thank you too. Our swim team, with the exception of last year, the COVID year, which we didn't do anything, our swim team, has been very successful within our district. Both our boys and girls swim team won the Piedmont District title again this year and have done so for several years in a row. So we felt it was important to recognize this group for working hard all year and representing us well when it comes to the district. So I just want to recognize these two and see if we can give them a round of applause.
Pretty great.
Thank y'all again. Our coaches and athletes do work hard. We thank y'all for all the support that you give us. Thank you.
Do we have Mrs. Miller? All right. Didn't need to see her sitting right there.
Good evening, Chairman Fraley, Mrs. Hall, board members. It is my pleasure tonight to come to introduce to you some of our student athletes we have at the middle school. They are lions, but they're also the future Comets. We promote students not to be athletic students, but to be student athletes, putting academics first. At this time, I would like to bring our girls and boys basketball coaches up about our perfect season.
My name's James Smith. Girls, come up. We had a great year this year. We went undefeated and we won the conference tournament. And this group of young ladies, I've been coaching 25, 30 years. This is probably the best group that gets along with each other. So will y'all give them a hand? I recommend that some of y'all come and watch some of our games. I see some of y'all at the high school game, but I've never seen you at the middle school game. And we have a good crowd, and we play good ball. So I recommend that if y'all have time, y'all can come and watch a few of our games. Just like I said, we went undefeated, and we didn't lose the game, and we won the conference championship. My assistant coach, Lindsay Adams.
Well, first we had 429 points during the season, during the regular season, so that was excellent, and 80 points during our two championship games. So that was some hard work, ladies. I do want to recognize a few of our players that won awards at our banquet that we had Friday night. So we called Kendra Hamlet, step forward. She's a sixth grader. I know it's hard to believe, but she's a sixth grader, an incredible athlete, comes from an athletic family. She won Best Defense Player for our season, and we're so thankful for her. Abigail Connor's not here. She's an eighth grader who won Most Improved. James coached her sixth grade year. Seventh grade, they didn't have much of a season because of COVID, and then eighth grade, she came out and really rocked it. Was an excellent player. Then we had two co-MVP awards, and that was seventh grader Brianna Barksdale and eighth grader Kamora Johnson. These two ladies were a dream team on the court. One of them would be bringing the ball up, and the other would be right there, ready to score at the basket. So excellent job, you two. And then finally, I don't know why I get so emotional over this, but we have a 7th grader, Chloe Miller, who wins the Coaches Award. For her excellent attitude, both on and off the court, her dedication, commitment, her kind demeanor, her communication skills, her sportsmanship. I could go on and on. Great job this season, Chloe. I need you to play some volleyball for me next year. And overall, thank you to all of our players. Y'all can come up so we can get a picture. Great season.
How are y'all? Coach Baskerville, this is Coach Barton. Outstanding season this year. We're 14-0. Got going back to back, if you know, about the year off we had. This team was different from other teams. They really excelled at not only on the court but in the locker room. They got along. They worked together. They cared for each other, although sometimes you could have jealous. They had each other's best interests, at heart. And, I think that's something that we can carry over from the sports world into the world that we live in now. We all got to work together. We all got to get along and come up with something that's best for everybody. And it's not always easy, but just like our season, we had ups and downs. We had close games. We had blowouts. Sometimes it took till the fourth quarter before we might score 30 points or 26 or whatever we did. But couldn't be more proud of these young men, and just can't wait to see them excel at the high school level. We don't have awards. We haven't banquet yet, so I don't want to throw out any surprises. So I don't have all of that. But you want to say anything? Nope, I think you got everything.
All right, next item on the agenda would be the reports. Mrs. Slayball, your health update, please, ma'am.
Thank you all for the job you do.
Very much
Good evening, Madam Chair, Ms. Hall, members of the board. I'm here tonight to present the updated health metrics. So for the Southside Health District, as of today, we're at 7.8% positivity. At the last meeting, we were 28.4. The Halifax community transmission, we're still in the high level. You'll see on the next slide. The percent positive for Halifax is pretty low. It's 3.8. Next one. Okay. At the last meeting, that was 17.1, but what's keeping us considered high is that 145.7 cases. But it's still a big improvement from 535.2 at the last meeting. The Halifax daily metrics, they are doing this a little bit different now, so the data looks a little bit different. But we have one case reported today, and the 7-day average is 6.4, and that was 24 last month. Since the start of school, we've had 945 employee and student cases. Currently, we have 2 employees who are out, which is a huge improvement from January, where we had 44. And we have 13 students out, which is also a huge improvement. I was asked tonight to speak on the updated guidance on masks as well. So we'll move into that. First, we'll address the mask on buses. Effective February the 25th, the CDC is no longer requiring people to wear masks on buses and vans operated by public or private school systems, including early care and education child care programs. So at your discretion, we could still require it, but it's completely your decision for buses. Any questions on that?
How is the, what are the other counties surrounding us doing with this bus policy?
It's kind of a mixed bag, honestly. Some of them have kept them, a lot of them have made it optional, that students can still wear them. Mr. Fox?
I'll wait till you get through and do one about the mask, then I got a question about that.
Okay. So when you move into the mask in school buildings, inside the buildings, that becomes a little bit more complicated because the CDC and BDH have not completely lined up. So if you'll go back one slide. So the CDC has changed their metrics from low, medium, and high, and that previously was low, medium, substantial, and high, which is what BDH is still doing. So right now, we're in a medium risk, but if you'll notice at the bottom, that little caveat, people may choose to wear a mask anytime, but if they have symptoms or a positive test or have been exposed, then they need to wear a mask. So that comes back to when we have employees test positive, we are allowing them to come back on day 5. If we make masks optional, which would be what it is in the medium, I ask that we still put a caveat in there that if they test positive on those days 5 through 10, that they still be required to wear a mask. That way they can still come back to work.
For how long?
So they're still considered contagious for 10 days. But right now they're out 5, and if they have symptom improvement or feeling better, they come back on day 6. But they would still need to wear their mask days 6 through 10. So if we move to the next slide, it shows a map of Virginia, and you'll see Halifax County is in the medium, and that means the people who need to wear masks are the ones who are at severe risk or severe illness, and they need to discuss that with their healthcare provider. So this comes into some of the complicated things. SPOSH still requires employees that are not fully vaccinated or are fully vaccinated in areas of substantial or high community transmission to wear face masks. And I won't read the whole thing to you. So you'll see how VDH calculates the data, we are still considered high, and it's still a SPOSH requirement. The local health, on the next slide, the local health department on March the 1st provided this statement to me. And when they refer to all 3 counties, they're referring to Halifax, Mecklenburg, and Brunswick. And Those are the counties that the epidemiologist serves. The Bosch standard is still applicable to staff. It is under review at this time. After the comment period, which ends March the 19th, a final decision will be made and sent to the governor for a final decision. Only after this time, if it is recommended for rescission, then it will no longer be in effect. The Department of Labor and Industry is still continuing to enforce this standard at this time. So if you go to BDH's website, this is the statement they have on there that they are working to update with the new CDC guidance, which would put us in medium, but they have not officially done that yet. So if you look at BDH, we're high. If you look at CDC, we're medium, which is confusing because BDH has not adapted CDC's guideline check. So Bosch does have the new guidance pending, and if you go to the next slide, you'll see that this is just a guidance document, and it will not take effect until at such time the governor has rescinded the SARS-CoV-2 standard. And if they do that, this will be the new language. During this transition period of near normalcy, the Commonwealth of Virginia and the Department of Labor and Industry support and respect the rights of individuals to choose whether to wear masks or not in non-federally mandated environments unless required by law or is medically appropriate in cases of acute illness, which would be that days 6 through 10, or in certain healthcare environments. So essentially, if that standard is no longer in effect, it would become an employee's choice. And just so you would know when the meeting was, the 19th falls on a Saturday, so the next meeting to discuss it and provide recommendations to the governor is the 21st at 10 o'clock. Any questions? Mr. Potts?
I didn't hear you give anything about the number of vaccinated people in the county and in the state.
So the state, this morning when I looked, it was 80-ish% that had at least one dose. In our county, it's 55.8% that are fully vaccinated.
So we still got 45 people that's not vaccinated, 45% of the population. So they're looking at 40,000 people, you got 12,000, 16,000 people that have not been vaccinated. That's including men, women, and children, right?
Correct.
Okay. You also said the magic word choice. So according to what they said before, remember when the governor gave his thing back here in January, February, whatever it was, he said that he was gonna mandate it that it stop, but it got kicked out. Then they passed a law. The law says what? That they can wear or not wear the mask, but it's at their choice, right?
That's for the children, yes.
Right.
This is addressing the employees, the adults, and then also addressing the buses for the children.
Right. So that's by choice, but when you ride the bus, you gotta wear it.
Unless you
That's
all.
what I'm asking, that's why I'm clarifying.
So at this moment, Halifax County school children do have to wear it on the bus.
Okay.
But it is up to this board and Halifax County Public Schools if we wish to make that optional.
So, and that's by state law?
That's by the CDC recommendations. They rescinded the federal mandate for school buses.
Okay. But what does the state law say? I thought the state law said that you didn't have to wear them, you had a choice to wear them.
So in the school buildings, it's optional for the children.
Right.
If the parents so choose.
Okay.
On the school buses, up until February the 25th, it was a federal law that said anybody riding public transportation had to have a mask on.
Right.
But since February the 25th, they have rescinded that to exclude school buses.
Right.
So the school buses is not included in that. So this board in Halifax County Public Schools could also make it optional for the children on the buses. Right now, if you go by CDC's level of community transmission, then we could make it optional for the employees inside the buildings and on the buses. But if you go by BDH's Bosch standard, which is the law, the temporary law, then they still would need to wear masks. But that is under review, and they're supposed to have a meeting the 21st to make a recommendation to the governor. Then it would be up to the governor to sign it of decisions that he has made, that he would sign it, making it optional, but I can't 100% say that.
So we got to still make some type of motion in regards to that.
If you all still move to do that, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say it now, then I'm gonna say it when they bring it up again. Personally, with 55% of the people in this county that are only taking the shots, as far as I'm concerned, we've still got a problem. 80% sounds good, but 55% sounds terrible. And we need to understand that. So even though we can't mandate it, Walter Potts can say, you need to be careful about sending your children to school without a mask. You need to be careful about not wearing a mask, period, until this rate goes up past 55. Because right now, it is still too deadly, because that's why we still stand in the margin. Even though Bosch is saying one thing and CDC is saying one thing, it's still staying in the high ratio, right?
CDC, we're medium, DDH, we're still.
Right. So they can't make up their mind. Well, I can make up your mind for you, but we're not gonna pass nothing or go against what the state is saying, so don't y'all worry about that. But what I do want you to worry about is not letting your kids come in there unmasked. Do not come in there working unmasked. You need to have your mask on to have extra protection. I don't care what you think about the mask. Some say, well, it don't do no good to have the mask. Well, guess what? I don't wanna take the chance. And I'm sickened to see that we still have one to do that. We need to understand that. Don't believe all this hype people are telling us about not doing this and not doing that. We need to do what is best for our kids and ourselves. That's what we need to do. And too bad those kids weren't in here to hear that, because I noticed they all had masks on, and I'm glad to see that. But we need to make sure they understand that it's safer for them to wear a mask than it is to not wear one. As soon as they leave the school, they want to take it out, do what they want to. But when they come on their school ground, have that rascal on. I would recommend having it on all the time. I wear my mask all the time. All the time.
Mr. Potts, I'm going to let Mrs. Shotwell speak.
I'd just like to confirm the percent positivity is 3.8% right now.
Correct.
And the reason that the law for Bosch has not changed is because it requires a 30-day wait period for comments, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
In other words, what they're saying, they don't know. That's what they're saying. Yeah, they're saying they're waiting to see. So they're waiting for your kids to get sick. Then if they get too sick, then they're going to cut it out. That's what they're going to do. If they get too sick, then the rate goes up, then they're going to cut it out. In the meantime, why not be precautious and make sure that it doesn't go up by wearing the mask and being safe?
Does that 55%, does that have, people who have had COVID?
That is not included in that.
Doesn't include that.
But I do think that is, from what I read in the Bosch statement, I didn't put the whole entire statement in here, but the reason for making mask optional is including that, immunity from being ill from it as well. So they don't have a number on that, but they are considering that when they talk about making masks optional.
But isn't it true that once you've had it, that doesn't mean you can't get it again?
That's correct.
Okay. I know they say one thing, then they leave little caveats out like that. You know, even though you done had it once, that don't say you can't get it again. I just pointed it out, so y'all don't go out here uninformed.
Can you still get COVID if you're vaccinated?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Right.
Yes.
You can still get the
Okay.
flu if you're vaccinated,
Right.
too.
Wanted to clarify.
Just like the flu. I'm saying, you get the flu if you're still vaccinated, you can get COVID if you're still vaccinated. If you don't think I'm telling the truth, ask Obama. He got the flu. He got COVID. And he got all his shots and the booster. And he still got it.
Chairman, can we stick to the agenda, please?
We're on the agenda. That's what you want to talk about. It ain't just what you wanna hear, that's all it is.
Mrs. Slayball, do you have anything else you need to say? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Slayball. Student Code of Conduct, Mr. Davis.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, School Board members, Ms. Hall, good evening. Just wanted to give you an update on our Student Code of Conduct Committee. We held our first meeting on March 2nd. It was a very fruitful discussion as we tried to work through our process of updating our Student Code of Conduct. Our next meeting will be scheduled on March 23rd, where we will continue to work toward the ultimate goal of presenting a final draft to you, first read, if you will, at the June school board meeting.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis, again, who's on that committee? I know we talked about that some time ago.
I guess,
Are there any parents or outside?
that's gonna be the next step at our second meeting, because we want, community members and parents to be involved as well. So that's gonna be a topic of discussion for our follow-up meeting. What I wanted to do is have the first meeting to try to set the groundwork of which direction we as HCPS employees want to go. And then we will go to the next step of involving parents and, community citizens.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item is the food service RFP update, Mrs. Hall.
You know, this is the fifth and final year of our contract with Sodexo, and according to federal regulations, they limit contract renewals to 5 years. So we have revised our food service RFP. We have submitted it to the school board attorneys for review, and we've received their approval. The RFP has now been sent to the Virginia Department of Education. It has to be approved there. We have not received approval yet. Once we receive approval, we'll begin the RFP process.
All right. Is there any questions?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So we have met our deadlines for submitting those applications?
Yes, we're on target.
Okay, great, thank you.
We're hoping that the Virginia Department of Education will give us their final approval by, they said by April 1. That's what we're looking at. So we're on top of the deadlines, yes.
Next item is the comprehensive school safety, Mr. Lewis.
You wanted me to make sure the microphone was working. Good evening, Madam Chair, Ms. Hall, and board members. Certainly, it's my pleasure to be here tonight to talk about safety. Safety is not something that just became a priority in the school division or at the high school. It's something that's been a priority all along. I think the portion that we're now sharing is that it is all of our responsibility, and that we as a school division certainly need help as we want to keep our schools, and in this case, talking about our high school safe. So I'll work through our program here tonight, and then afterwards I'll try to take and answer any questions from our school board. Some of our daily safety procedures, we have random metal detector usage. We have a high school resource officer through the South Boston Police Department on site daily. Currently, we're employing a second officer who's doing overtime shift between 7:30 and 11:30. And occasionally, they'll be there all day, depending on if we have higher needs within the school. So we'd like to compliment local agencies on helping us out anytime there's a need. Our teachers monitor the hallways and doors during transitions. Teachers have assigned duties during their planning block in high traffic areas. Main office personnel and administration monitor the surveillance equipment. Administration and lunches on a daily basis. Principal receives alerts via text message through our door monitoring system. So if a door is propped or not closed properly, it sends me a text message and allows me to secure that door. We currently have the identikit system utilized to monitor guests in the building to make sure they don't have any outstanding warrants or something that would prevent them from engaging their child or any other situation that may occur within the school. Obviously, we have weekly administrative meetings and weekly meetings with the school resource officer as well. Something that we're working on greatly is our community stakeholders. There was an instant alert that went out to all parents from the high school, letting them know that if you hear something or see something, say something. It takes every single person in this community to keep our community and schools safe. Not just the school board, the high school administration, and teachers. And that's why we titled this comprehensive. It takes every single person. We're gonna have our first comprehensive school safety meeting on the 22nd of this month at 2 p.m. We do have the makeup that committee is in process. So we have school board members, we have parents on that committee. We're currently seeking a teacher to be on that committee. We have elementary administration, middle school administration, Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, DCJS, South Austin PD, and the Sheriff's Office all on that committee. So we're looking forward to that feedback. This is not even new. Mr. Davis, under his position, has held these types of meetings for years, where we work with local folks to talk about school safety, and that's where we currently have a lot of our plans from. So this is just bringing that back after COVID, and kind of changing the name of it to school safety. So this again is not new. Something that's important, and an important part of safety is social emotional learning. These are things that we've invested in as a school division. We have hired people in both the high school and middle school, and I'm sure elementary as well, that focus solely on SEL. We have a threat assessment team that recommends students who need mental health evaluation give those folks some help. Along with administration also does that. Student support specialists. If a child is struggling with something, we try to find them the appropriate help. There again, that's a community effort with Southside Behavioral Health and of course our own school counseling team. We have advisory lessons that will take place in the classroom that focus on safety and student responsibility. We have an SEL classroom module with monthly lessons that takes place. Some environmental changes we made, and many people probably have noticed, the trees were cut so that our parking lot could be viewed more easily by our camera system. So now it's much easier for us to monitor the parking lot. So I thought it was important the site we had done that this year. Also with the tree cut, so we can monitor the bus parking lot area as well. But I don't have a picture of that one, so that was also done with help of Steve Brumfield. And there was a lot of questions about what equipment we have. I think we're well equipped. Dr. Hawks, Steve Brumfield, a number of people, Jeff Davis, have all helped us get the equipment we need day to day in the cameras. So we have 125 security cameras and 18 external cameras. All 55 external doors are equipped with monitors. That's the system that sends me a text. If a door is open at 2 a.m., the principal gets a text. Sometimes we'll check that door in the evening, sometimes in the morning. Sometimes we do it by accessing the vehicle. Most of the time, somebody goes out and it doesn't latch all the way back. We currently have 5 functional Garrett walk-through metal detectors. We have 8 handheld metal detectors as well. We have a 2-way radio communication system. We have 60 pieces of 8-foot security fencing. And we have 6 body cameras that are functional. Current equipment continued. Our administrative officers have been equipped with additional TV monitors, monitor camera systems. Administrative officers have been equipped with safe to secure any contraband. These are recent purchases. We use securely in the classrooms. The student Chromebook monitoring system allows teachers to view current students' internet tabs. So if they're searching and looking for something they're not supposed to, in addition, Securely will send a notification back to the technology department as well as school level administration. So an example, if a student said how to commit suicide, that's going to trigger an email directly to them Dr. Hawks' office and the school administration, so we can have interaction with that student and find out, is it a school project that they're researching, or are they really trying to harm themselves? So we have to go back and investigate that. So we're glad to have that system, and that Dr. Hawks helped us get that. So it's very beneficial. I think there's some next steps we've got to consider, as a school system and a community. And some of this we talked about in closed session, but I thought it was important to bring to the public as well. I think we need additional security personnel. So we have some choices there. As a school board, we can do an RFP, or we could advertise for a school security officer. In addition to that, you could investigate a second school resource officer. And I know South Boston PD and Mr. Evans spoke more about it earlier, is looking into some grants that they could provide that at no cost to the community. Something that's been brought up many times in the panic button at the attendance desk and the main office that could alert 911. You hear about stories where administration is tied up and something's happening. It may be hard to even call 911. They can just hit a button that alerted 911 with some additional support to the school. I think we could entertain a clear book bag policy. We can look into that. Talking with administration from other counties, including Mecklenburg, that's something they're looking into as they open their new high school there. We can certainly continue to review our camera coverage, and this is something that David Day and Scott Day and Dr. Hawks help us with all the time. We move cameras around, we add cameras, and we have a hot spot. They assist us greatly with doing that. I think it's good that we continue to review those needs. Threat assessment, professional development for faculty. I think this is something we can use so they understand the things that we're looking for if a child is struggling with something. It's a series of questions, and there's really too much to talk about here. But if they're familiar with those questions and they're seeing those things within a child, then we can have interaction with them and prevent something bad from happening. An additional 2 to 3 advisory blocks will focus on safety. And an advisory block would be the first block teacher would have a set lesson that they sit down and discuss safety and procedures and different things with students. So the students know who to talk to, they know who to report something to, they know what to do if something happens. So we can do that, and that helps everybody be prepared in the event of an emergency. Some additional steps here. These are items that I was unable to purchase with in-house money. I think it would be good to have some additional two-way radios for communication in the event of an emergency. I think that price is for 6 of those two-way radios. The body cameras, we had some donated from the South Boston Police Department years ago. We purchased some as well since then, and they really reached the end of their usable battery life and things like that. So they're rechargeable, there's no way to replace it. So I put a tag on there for anywhere from $100 to $120 a piece, depending on which variety. So it's probably actually below $1,000. You guys report may have handheld metal detectors, Mr. Davis, and I have worked those out, so we've already got those taken care of. I deleted it from this presentation, but it was on the original, so I felt I needed to comment it. So we have taken care of that. The security fencing, what we find is that as much as we have, we always are in need of more. So we did take some school funds, and we bought 20 more pieces recently, but it would be nice to have some more of those as well, and we priced 40 pieces, right around $5,500. But it does help us with crowd control, football, prom, graduation, any number of events. That security fencing allows us to maintain control. Included on the back of this metal detector usage. This is not every day. You can see this is the range of them that we've done throughout the year. So you have some days that we have a few more go through than other days. And then also, I honestly have forgotten to tag some of them in here, but I do my best and have done my best since our last meeting, to do it on a daily basis as far as recording actual numbers. And again, it's a range of dates. So even though it says on here 2/24 to 2/28, we probably did it every day, just not enough for the report to show up on the chart. And then the final slide, the sports game usage, this doesn't include football. This was basketball season. So we do use those quite often to check to make sure that nobody has something they shouldn't have. So that concludes the information I have here to present to you. And obviously you guys may have some more specific questions that hopefully I can provide an answer to.
Mr. Lewis, if you don't mind, I think we'll slide to, I think. I was just noticing, I was reading one there, and I'm sure you have a plan for this, but I got just aware that it wasn't on there. It's responsible for monitoring the restrooms, because a lot of the complaints that I receive, typically refer to disturbances that occur in the restrooms. And I didn't notice restrooms on there, but I'm sure there's.
Right, that's lumped in with teachers who have assigned duties during their planning block in high traffic areas. So that can include bathrooms, it could include the third floor landing, in places like that. So we have approximately 20 to 25 teachers on the planning block each block of the day. During that time, they would be assigned to these high traffic areas for a period of time. So typically, the first thing in the day, you're going to see those have a lot of coverage. As you enter into the class block, you rely on administration, school resource officers to move out the building and monitor bathrooms as well, because everybody's engaged, they're either planning or teaching. This is one of the reasons that I've asked for a number of years for school security officers, that during those dead periods of time where teachers are planning, teachers are teaching, administration is engaged in either IEP meetings or discipline in the office, that we have somebody who's available. In addition to that, we have folks monitoring the cameras. Cameras can't be in the bathroom, but most are outside of the bathroom. So if they see traffic in that area, they'll say, Unit 5, will you check this location in the building, what have you. So, but it would be beneficial during those times when people are engaged to have somebody or bodies roaming the building, checking those areas, because that's typically, students are very intelligent. They're going to know the window when it's not somebody there, and that's when they're more likely to do something. So if we employ school security officers, we can lessen those windows of opportunity.
Would you say during class changes that typically there's always, that all the restrooms are supervised?
Sure, so at class change, all administrators on duty and all school personnel, meaning every teacher's at their door, so teachers have responsibility of their door and the hallway, so they're very versed at being able to watch both. So some of those teachers who are collaborative or otherwise will step out and monitor bathrooms in different areas.
Okay.
We do our very best to cover every space. If we're missing one, then I hope somebody will tell me.
But typically, that's the concerns that I hear from parents, are typically related to the restrooms or stairwells.
Sure, and those are the exact same concerns I hear as well.
Mr. McDowell?
Mr. Lewis, of the 5 metal detectors, how many of them are functional on a daily basis?
How many are we using? So it depends. And this again becomes a debate of how many students should you do, can you do everybody, and we've been down this road a bunch of times. Typically in the morning you see 2 to 3 metal detectors in use. Staffing becomes an issue because it's not only walking students through a metal detector, it's also completing a bag search. So every single bag is going to make the alarm go off on the metal detector, because students commonly have their Chromebook charger, and other large items in there, cell phone. So the metal detector, while they can scan maybe 400 or 500 students in that window of time, we don't have enough personnel to scan that number of bags. And then just the other morning when we did every third student, we had very large lines backed up in front of the building, as Ms. Brandon was alluding to. We had a lot of people tardy that day. Of course, we sent out an email not to count those students. I think I made an announcement too. Did I make that announcement?
Yeah.
Right. So the challenge then becomes, so the students are safer when they're in the classroom. So our procedure is students come in the building, they report at 1 o'clock. If we develop long lines outside waiting for bag searches and things like that, we're actually creating a soft target for somebody. They don't necessarily need a gun. They can take a truck or a car and run over students. And there's a lot of mean people in this world, so we have to consider all of those things too. To run 4 or 5 metal detectors in the morning, you're probably looking at 25 to 30 people needed to do that. You know, because the metal detectors are super efficient. Bag searchers are super inefficient. You have to unzip 5, 6 pockets on these bags just to check to make sure. So through a lot of research, through a lot of conversation, talking to law enforcement, we even had private folks come in and talk to us about security. Everybody recommends the format we're using, which is a random format, which means you screen a certain amount of the population. So to answer your question, I was very long with it. To answer your question, 2 to 3, sometimes 1, you know, depending on how much personnel we have available that morning. Sometimes we can have as many as 5 personnel working with just 1 metal detector. And we found that to be as efficient as operating 2, because there again is the bag searches that take so long.
My understanding is a lot of the students come in later, 9 o'clock, 9:30. Are those students subject to go through that metal detector?
Right, this is one of the challenges to the personnel. So sometimes, they're not always done, and typically we'll keep the metal detectors open till 8:45 or so, depending on the traffic. So, you know, when the students come in at 9 or 9:30, they are going through a metal detector, but it's not always somebody there to stop and search the bag. We do have personnel there who is allowing the students to check in, but it's hard to ask Ms. Lee to check the student in, your parents there, you know, and go to the table and search the bag. And this there again is why I've asked for several years to have additional support in that area. So right now we don't have a school security officer to stay at that door all day. When you go to a lot of campuses across this great Commonwealth, you can't even get to the campus where they're going through security officer. You know, you can't even park there. Well, Halifax County is a great place to live, and because it's a great place to live, we have one of the most open campuses you can have. Like anybody can walk, they can run, they can use the track. And I'm not saying stop all of those things, but literally the first interaction they have is at that door. You know, when Miss Lee, who's really good at what she's doing, she knows about everybody, and certainly knows she can call us if she needs help. We need somebody also there to check those students, to check those visitors, and that's why I've asked a number of times for us to pursue school security officer or a second school resource officer or somebody that can man that station. You know, because after the day gets started, people are functioning at their educational jobs. You know, so we're probably not great in that area, to be honest, but we could be better in that area if we had the right personnel. Thank you.
Refer another question. Excuse me, testing. Got a couple of questions. First one is on clear bags. I understand some of the information you gave us that Mecklenburg may be looking at doing that, or thinking about doing it.
Yeah, I talked to Ms. Wilkerson, who's a former principal in our county. She's going to be the principal of Mecklenburg, and she said they were entertaining the clear bag policy as well. I don't know that they've created a policy, but in their discussions, it has come up. So I think it's certainly worth looking into. I think that's something I'd like to take back to the committee on March 22nd about as well, you know, what they think about it, what they've heard about it, have they heard of any schools shifting to that. What you see a lot of larger events. In our high school and middle school, every day is a large event. There's folks going to clear bags. And in some cases, no bags. We've adopted no bags at athletics. But it's hard to adopt no bags and bring books and Chromebooks in. So the next thing we could entertain as a school division is clear bags, which would allow you to visibly see and check those and screen those quicker. I think you'd have to put that in, maybe have to have some of the young ladies to store items and things like that, like small clutches or something that aren't clear, so they can store personal items. But I don't have one to share with the board at this point, but if we were given direction on a committee on this too, I think we could probably find some that are there.
Second question, because I have another follow-up question on this. How much are they?
How much clear bags?
Yeah.
I imagine you probably can look anywhere 12 to on up. I haven't investigated that. I'm just taking a guess. You know, that Amazon probably sells 12 or 15 bucks a piece. I would have to look into it a little bit more. I imagine you spend, like anything, you spend 50 or 80 too.
Well, exactly, because I know we spend more than $12 for a bag for my granddaughter.
That's
So
one of the things that
yeah.
I was talking to you guys about. Probably would have to be an August implementation. It certainly wouldn't be something we want to do right here after parents have embroidered bags. I mean, there's some nice bags.
Well, it's got to be. I would think it would need to be started at the beginning of the new school year. But we can't wait till the new beginning of the school year to start thinking about it. We need to go ahead and implement it now, so that people can understand. Don't go out there and buy them $50 bags, because that ain't gonna pass. You know, we might end up sending your child home or taking them back home because that ain't gonna work. And it's obvious from what you're telling me now, it's obvious to me that we need to go to clear bags because of the time restraints. So we need to look at that. So when you guys meet on the 22nd, I would seriously let the committee know that we need to look at bags, and maybe by then somebody can go and get a cost for that. Because the only other way that's gonna help is not we gotta even put RFP out yet. That's taking care of a few folks, but we're gonna need somebody there to help Ms. Lee right now. Okay, so we need a full-time person on that front desk right now to help her search through bags and check students in, because it's kind of unsafe for Ms. Lee to be there by herself.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Mr. Fox, and I think having a person now would be a great thing. Right now, the one thing we have is the variable button, so she has the option to let the person in or not let the person in. Of course, she's been there a number of years and a community member. She knows a lot of folks, but I agree with you that having a person as soon as possible would be super beneficial to security at the high school.
Well, I think a person needs to be there, because 5 seconds and it'll be all over. You know, it don't take long for it to get out of hand. So I would recommend us to recommend tonight that we go ahead and look at doing that, or doing something within the next 30 days or less, that we put somebody on that front gate, because apparently everybody's saying that's our problem. And I'm glad you did mention about the people going through metal detectors last week, that you did have that. I didn't hear anything about that tonight, except that little quirk you made about doing that. And I'm glad you took care of that about the students, about the yellow stuff, because they were somewhat late. But we really, everybody's saying we ought to be serious about it. Everybody talking like we're not serious about it, but we are serious about it. And this would be the first step, I think. The first step is to get that woman some help. That's the first step. Second step, we need to get some more metal detectors, because we're not gonna have this problem over at the new school. We're gonna be more ready to deal with everything over there, because we're not gonna have all these unnecessary entrances into our building. Because that's what the problem is. You got kids can come in from everywhere. That's the problem we had in the gym for years. You can come in, the door get left open, or the door get jimmied and all that stuff. And now you know about it maybe, but you still got to do something about it. But I think the first thing we need to do, maybe the board can talk about tonight in executive session, is that we look at getting somebody in there to help Ms. Lee right now. That means, do they need to have police background? 'Cause they're not going to be arresting anybody. All they're going to be there is doing to make sure those bags and those kids are safe to come in. And leave it at that.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I got 2 questions for you. Are students allowed to use lockers yet again?
All right, we do have lockers available if students want to purchase the use of one. To be honest, we haven't had a large request for that in years. But if somebody needed one, they could. Right now, they're zip tied shut. If somebody wanted to use one, we could cut the zip tie off and issue them a lock. But for years, we started removing lockers out of the building as we've been researching the possibility of building a new building. Most don't even have many anymore because the students are reluctant to use them. But to answer your question, yes, somebody wanted one.
Okay. I was just thinking it might reduce the volume in the backpacks to make it easier to search them if they have access to the lockers. Not, doesn't mean they'll use
They
them.
want to carry everything. And of course, not many books anymore either because Chromebooks are kind of physical books and things. So the challenge with the book bag is they have trap keepers, what they would call in my day, with the 3-ring binders and things like that in there. And those items will automatically alarm another detector. So it's visual scans just take time.
And tons of pockets. Yeah.
Tons of pockets. Yeah, yeah.
So this, so the second question is, what I hear the most complaints about is school fights, that we're not doing enough. And I've been through the protocols. I understand what you guys are doing. Can you outline for us briefly what happens when there is a school fight?
Yeah, so first thing that happens is there would be an investigation into that, what happened, what was the people involved and things like that. Our typical response in my tenure there, even as I was in discipline in the 9th grade, both parties received a 10-day suspension or recommended for long-term suspension. In some cases, they would also be charged as a common term warrant would be taken out, a petition for a disorder. It's not a disorder, it's assault and battery on each other. That's what it amounts to. It's not done in every case. Some would ask, should it be done in every case? Should it be firmer on it? And I think those are some discussions that certainly I'm sure Mr. Davis's committee is having, as well as the committee will be on the 22nd to talk about. And again, that's the comprehensive approach. It gets difficult when you talk about everybody gets it, because sometimes you have a student who makes one mistake in high school, and that mistake might be fighting over a breakup or whatever. It gets really difficult. I think maybe where we miss the target a little bit is when we have multiple offenders, when they've had multiple fights, and that seems to come up a lot at the high school. I think we need to be firmer when it's the second or third altercation. Typically in a high school year, you're going to have several in the first few weeks, and it settles down for the semester. The data has showed this year after year, semester changes. You're going to have some, and then it settles down until after spring break. That's kind of how the trend goes. So you could have 10 or 12, or you could have 5 in a year. Certainly it's not something we condone or want. They happen. We address those in every single situation. And I think where we maybe miss the target a little bit as a division is we need to be firmer when it's somebody's second or third altercation. I'll tell you that we have great students, and I'll fight for our students anytime. And some things that are even said in here about how bad they are upset me. Every student in their high school career is going to mess something up. And our job is to talk to them and help them figure out the right way to do it. And we do a lot of that. We have school counselors, we have principals who handle many of these circumstances. But I also think we got to draw the line in the sand on some of the repeat offenders. They need better action, or more education when it comes to that second or third. So then you get into what your alternative programs are. I know Ms. Hastings and Mr. Brown are working very diligently to get that program in place. So I think there needs to be a set of standards once that happens. If you've had a second or third fight, you meet these standards before you come back. I know we've talked about this a lot, but I've kind of gone around the world answering the question there, but it's hard to give a standard answer. The standard answer would be every fight is handled. They're not all handled 100% the same way or the same length of suspension, but in general, it's going to be a 10-day suspension, a long-term recommendation. And Ms. and either the board make some assignments from there. So,
Great,
I
thank
hope
you.
that answered your question.
It did.
I have a question from Ms. Shotwell. What, you said that people are complaining about the fights, are they complaining about there are fights? Or that the administration is not taking care of the fights, or what?
A little of both. I've been hearing about Facebook pages, groups where students have created a group where they post fights from each other. They are staging fights, they are recording before the fight starts. And I think the rest of the complaints that I've been hearing is that the community isn't aware of what disciplinary actions are taken because that is private and we're not allowed to say what happens to students when they are disciplined. So I think it's important for the community to know it is taken seriously. And if you sit down with Mr. Lewis or Mr. Sheehy, they can outline exactly what happens and the consequences of inappropriate behavior.
I think
Well,
we can just add to that.
May I let me answer that, because I'm on the board when they come over there and I hear them, and I got vice principals in front of me telling me what's going on. So you guys are doing what you're supposed to do. The fact of it is, we can't go out here, folks, and tell folks what we do about every fight that goes on at that school. That is against state, federal, and every kind of law in the world. That is not we can't do that. It's just that simple. We cannot tell somebody else what's going on. So, but if we got a problem with administration not doing something, then we need to hear that. But us hearing it and then you hearing it is two different things. So we need to make sure that the avenue is open from you guys to make sure that we handle that. I feel like the problem is, again, just from being on here a long time, is that the public don't know and they ain't supposed to know. If all they supposed to know is that we took care of it. And if we took care of it, that should be it, because this is not any of their business what we did to that child. It's not by our saying, it's by the state and federal. We can't do that. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, I mean, that's a private matter.
That's right.
Student discipline.
So you can't do that. So people are making this thing up about, well, we're fighting and fight. One thing I'm going to Shotwell knowing, anybody else knowing here tonight, because I've heard fights twice from people coming up here tonight about fights in the school. I want to tell y'all one realistic fact. That man right there can't stop those kids from acting fool. That man back there can't stop those kids from acting fool. And get in there and get the fight, because they're getting to fighting about nothing. All this stuff you hear and what you brought up is exactly what's going on. You've been over this. You done heard what they said. This video stuff has gotten ridiculous because they do that and they practice. And the thing I can't understand, I asked them, I said, why do y'all wait till you come to school and do these fights? You know what's going to happen? We're going to keep your tail out for 10 days. And if you've been too doggone many times coming in, you might be out for the rest of the year. But apparently they don't understand that. So maybe we need to make sure the parents understand that to get their kids under control. Because that man and those people over at the junior high and the middle school and the high school cannot prevent a fight from taking place unless they know what's going to happen. And who in the devil got time to be monitoring Facebook while all this nonsense is going on? The same people that are telling you about that Shotwell are not calling that man up and telling him that these people are acting a fool on Facebook. They're getting ready to fight. Anybody call you about that?
Occasionally we'll get a tip.
Occasionally, exactly. Did anybody call you and tell you these fools had the guns coming up there today?
Unfortunately not.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully we never deal with that again.
Did anybody call you up and tell you about this kid was going to go down the hall cussing and acting a fool that day? Talking back to the teachers, cussing the teachers out, cussing the aides out, cussing everybody out? So how can we control that, folks? Only thing we can do is react to it. What we can do is set up procedure to make sure we don't have the dumb stuff to take place, like them guns coming in and the kids getting hurt out on the outside. That's all we can do. So to expect him and them and her to be, and them two ladies right there over there, administration think they're going to do something, they can't stop a fight. They cannot stop a fight. I had a kid get knocked out over there at the school. You remember that? that got assaulted, hit him from behind, broke his darn jaw at the school. Now, how you think he's gonna stop that? He don't even know about it till it happens. But we done heard all about the fights. It's all bad. They ain't doing nothing about the fight. Well, guess what? If you think we gonna tell you what we did, you wrong. But that ain't gonna happen. That ain't gonna happen because we are prevented from doing that. So please understand that. I'm just, cause I'm tired of him getting thrown under the bus, and I'm tired of him and her getting thrown under the bus about fights. I'm tired of hearing that. You know, I always make an excuse for, we gotta do something about the fight so that, really? Really? So you wanna put armed guards over there is what you wanna do. Cause that's how you gonna do it. Clark didn't stop it. The principal before him didn't stop him. Mac Lewis can't stop him. How you think that's gonna happen then? Come on, folks, just be realistic to what's going on. What's going on? What's going on is that these kids are running around here out of control. The parents, it's just ridiculous. I see them, Shotwell sees them, Ms. Fraser sees them, everybody sees them. When they come over there, I wish y'all could sit in on the meeting, but I know you can't. You need to just, that man that got all emotional the other day because this fool brought a gun in there and his wife is there over there teaching. He got pathetic. You know, it really was bad. But that's how he felt. And I can't fault him for that. Because she could have got killed even though she wasn't doing anything to anybody. How you think we're going to prevent that? No, that means we're going to have to run those doggone metal detectors every day. We're going to think we're going to prevent that. That means we got to go through not one out of three. We got to do one-on-one. We can't do it. Unless y'all want to pay for that doing, because then we got to get some people in here to do that. That's what it's going to take, folks. We got to spend the money. I'd shut up.
Let me ask Mr. Lewis a question. Mr. Lewis, you talked about the inconsistencies with discipline. Can you kind of elaborate on that? I mean, you know, every school has a code of conduct set up for if you do this, this happens. So if there's inconsistency, what's causing that?
I don't know if I use the term inconsistency or not. I think where we miss the target is perhaps we need to be sterner as a division when we have repeat offenders. And it doesn't necessarily have to be fighting. It could be repeat drug offender, repeat fighting. It could be any multitude of things, be disrespectful towards staff. But I think when we have those occurrences, that the punishment for that should be firmer than somebody who's a first-time offender. So emotions can get high. We're emotional people. Human beings are emotional anyway. So fights are going to happen. Fights happen at large events, things like that. So somebody who has an isolated situation, that's the only thing on the record, I think they go through the standard 10-day suspension. Typically, it's a state 4.5 weeks or so an alternative bid. So where I think we miss the target is we have somebody who's fought 2-3 times, they probably need to be out permanently. You know, so I didn't mean to, if I used the term inconsistent, that's not what I meant. I think we're very consistent in the principal order designee in any building in the state of Virginia can only suspend a student for 10 days. After that, it takes action outside of the principal's control. So if the student suspended 10 days, then currently Mr. Davis would have a hearing to support any further suspension and or bring it to the school board's attention. So I think as the committees are working, they would work on a different standard for those repeat offenders. And I think when we get there, sometimes we're not as standard as maybe we should be. I don't think it's pointing fingers or anything like that. What I'm trying to do is bring that to our attention so that we can address it. You know, I've been doing this a long time. Started many years ago at middle school. I'm blessed to work with Gail Bosco and many other people. Jeff Davis and I worked there together. It's changed since 15, 16. The world is different today. There's the social media impacts that are present. It's just different. saves people, and that includes administration from across this county, to what should we do for repeat offenders. Typically, that's going to be middle school and high school. I'm sure elementary has their own set of challenges too. I'm just not familiar with them. I think we need to be consistent there. You know, what do we do when this person's their second fight in 6 weeks? You know, they probably don't need to come back. You know, how do we document, how do we make sure we're doing that? So I don't think we're overly inconsistent. I just think we may need to really focus on that end of it.
Do we have any more questions for Mr. Lewis? Yes, sir.
I don't know if this is a question or a comment or whatever, but like Mr. Potts said, we had a situation Friday with the gun situation. To make a long story short, I think we need to look at an RFP to get security into that high school for this reason. One is, we had principals in that high school that were sitting in an office with loaded weapons, loaded guns in our high school. Now, let that sink in a little bit, in the words of Mr. Potts. You know, we've been very, very fortunate, you know, because of all the violence that has gone on in this country for the last 25 years as far as school violence is concerned. We've been very fortunate, but when we have guns, loaded weapons in our assistant principal's offices loaded, something is wrong. Now, during the budget process, I think it would behoove us as a board, the absolute minimum that we should do is to entertain posting an RFP on our website and getting some quotes for security services in our high school. I just feel that, you know, resource officers and metal detectors and all that is good. You know, do that too. But I think that we need to have an RFP for security services, because it's just like this. When you put teachers checking bags, and I think the clear bag policy is a great one, but when you put teachers in charge of checking bags, they don't know what they're for. And you're taking them away from their time and teaching the kids, just like as Brandon was talking about this tonight. So I really think that we need to send an RFP out and see if we can see what it's going to cost for these services in our high school. Since we are in the budget season and we are talking about money. So I guess we'll talk about that.
Is that a motion?
Can I make a motion? Can I make a motion, Nick?
This is reports. Now,
Okay.
it could be something you could bring up under new business, but it could be something you can consider. I would certainly think that this would be something that a member of the school board representative would discuss with the comprehensive safety plan that Mr. Davis was speaking to earlier. You know, that you guys need to address that then. But you can take action as new business, yes, but not, this isn't really a time to make a motion for.
Okay, thank you.
It's not on the agenda, it takes 2/3.
Is there any more? Okay. Mr. Lewis, I think that's it.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last item under reports is superintendent search update. I want to give you some figures that the VSBA passed along to us. Summary of applicants Halifax County Public Schools. Of the 33 inquiries that we had, 22 of them were full applications. The experience, 5 current or former superintendents, 4 assistant, associate, or deputy superintendents, 8 central office administrators, 3 principal building level administrators, and 2 others. 13 men, 9 women, 11 Virginia applicants, 11 out of the state applicants from New York, 4 North Carolina, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, 2 from New Jersey, West Virginia, and Florida. Finally, the Halifax County School Board will be conducting interviews for the position of superintendent from March 21st through April 4th. These interviews will be held in accordance with the Code of Virginia, Section 2.2-3712. I'm sorry? Next item is a high school construction update. Dr. Warner.
Superintendent Hall, Madam Chairman, Board. Just want to give you a quick update. Contracts for construction management agent firms, 2, and architectural firm were forwarded to the Halifax County Public Legal Counsel for their review on March 1st, 2022. With the deadline of having those reviews completed by March 10th and March 14th. Those deadlines were provided to enhance and hasten this review. The school board interviewed construction management agent, also known as CMA firms, on Thursday, March the 10th. They selected a firm pending final review and approval of the terms of the contracts by legal counsel. And at this time, the name of the firm will not be released to the public until terms of the contract have been agreed upon. Legal counsel has yet to finalize its review of both contracts meaning the architectural firm and the construction management firm. With much pleading and nudging, as of Friday, March the 11th, legal counsel established that they would finalize this review next week, which is this week, March the 14th and the 18th. Once this review is complete and the CMA firm is under contract, that CMA firm becomes Halifax County Public Schools representative, or also known as the owner's representative. This firm has agreed to do some preliminary review of the architect's proposed fees and contracts previous to the official awarding of the contract so as to hasten the process. In addition, the legal counsel is also working on reviewing those proposed fees and the contract. The architect has agreed to visit with the CMA to provide explanations if necessary, again, to hasten the negotiation process. The CMA will then complete the negotiation of the architect's proposed fees and contract, along with legal counsel's review. Once this negotiation is complete and all parties agree, the architect's contract and fees will be presented to the school board with a recommendation for acceptance. We're hoping for that to occur this evening, but again, we're waiting on legal counsel's final review and disposition. So unfortunately, we may have to ask the board to consider a special meeting or to combine this meeting if the timing is right with the March 21st meeting, that'll be up to you. The architect, at that point in time, when the contract is finalized, will begin at stakeholder meetings. Subcontractors will be in preliminary site design and submission of permits to the county, the Department of DEQ, the Department of Environmental Quality, which is DEQ. Preliminary design work begins, etc. The other update would be that we have contacted our legal counsel with regard to real estate for the Powell property. Unfortunately, we discovered through our due diligence, doing our archaeological study and our survey, that the property was not 15.21 acres as originally advertised. The surveyor determined that the property was only 14.418 acres. After much deliberation, we were able to agree upon the owner selling us, instead of 12 acres, 11.208 acres at a reduced price. And in addition, they also placed back onto the table the earnest money that we lost after our first and second false start. So the cost of the property now, rather than being $380,000 for 12 acres, is now $350,920 for 11.20 acres. And that amount of property will suffice with the construction of the new building. And that's my update. There'll probably be some discussion in closed session if you have further questions. Do you have any questions for me?
Any questions?
You said something about meeting sometime during the session on the 21st, that we may be able to go through this?
That's just a suggestion. I'm hoping that the legal counsel will finish the review in the next day or so, and that we can wrap up the CMA's contract, and that we can wrap up the negotiations between the CMA and the architect. It would be great if we could call a quick, specially called meeting. But I know that you all are awfully fatigued with all these specially called meetings. So I'm going to leave that in your realm to make a decision that best suits you. However, time is of the essence. If, according to the architect, if we wish to have a completion date of fall of 2025, the next 30 days are imperative, because the DEQ requires a 6-month review period for all site work. And as you saw in the Thursday meeting, as both construction management firms explained to you, the timelines are specific and they're tight.
So it's got to be done by
As soon as
this
possible.
weekend for us to meet the 21st. So we meet the 21st anyway, but will we be able to get, well, now will we be able to, will we need to get both of those people involved in those discussions there, or just the contract that came up with?
All you'll need to do is review the negotiated contract, and our recommendation, hopefully at that time, would be we've ironed out all the details. You're amply protected for all legal representation and also any issues, and that all you would have to do is act and approve the contract for the architect.
So that means it's got to be in the U, then we got to get it approved by our attorney before the 21st.
They're working on that right now. The attorneys are working on approving it right now. That's the only thing we're waiting on, is our attorneys approving the contract. They found some language in the architect's contract that they feel as though does not give the school board the remedy it needs in the event of an issue. And they're putting their findings into writing so that we can present those to the architect so that we can iron out those differences. Now that's to protect the Halifax County Public Schools, and most especially the taxpayer dollars.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
So, if I understand all of that correct, the plan would be, as soon as you hear back from the legal team that they're finished with their reviews, you'll let Ms. Fraley know, and then she can determine if we are gonna have a special meeting before the 21st, if
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
better for you.
I'll text, email, call you, whatever's most appropriate. You tell me, and we'll make sure everybody comes to the table.
Thank you.
So will we need to have a special meeting, or can we just have it done on the 21st?
It's up to you. I'd recommend you do it as soon as possible, because again, time is of the essence, but you guys all have lives and personal calendars and other commitments and jobs, so.
I think that was part of the problem of the 21st. So since we already got that date set aside by everybody, it seemed like to me, we'd go ahead and work toward that date.
Let me just ask you this. Once the attorneys have given their seal of approval, what you're asking the board to do is just basically sign off on the contract.
You have to vote to approve the contract.
Right.
Okay. Let me just remind the board, the 21st, we have superintendent interviews, and we also have the scale for salary that day as well. So I just throw that out there. We will do whatever the board wants to do, but I'm just throwing that out there.
The call
Okay?
meeting that we're talking about will take all 10 minutes.
Okay, well, all right, well, okay.
So,
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll wait for your call
I'm waiting too.
with bated breath.
so theoretically, we can have the thing I just said, it was the first part of Monday morning. That's what I'm saying, we got three interviews, then we can go right on into to what they're talking about, then go back into the other part, right?
That sounds
Three
good.
things we got done.
Whew,
We
okay.
got done.
Okay, compensation plan, Mrs. Hall.
A part of the school board's compensation plan was to address salaries of Halifax County Public School employees. And as you know, we did have a mid-year salary scale adjustment. It was made in order to bring our salaries in line with surrounding school divisions so that our salary scale would be competitive. Of course, last week and days leading up to, we have reviewed the recent salary scale adjustments, and it was confirmed that there were some inconsistencies in the adjustments that were made. So with this in mind, our school board, as you've heard tonight several times, will be meeting on March 21st. They're going to take a look at the current salary scales, review and revise as needed. Again, we will be looking at scales from surrounding school divisions. And we have heard your concerns. We heard some tonight. So hopefully they will be addressed during this review. Again, that will be on March the 21st. I think that's next Monday, I believe. And we'll certainly keep you informed as we work through this process.
Thank you. Next item is unfinished business, which would be the preliminary fiscal year 22-23 budget. Mrs. Hall.
Okay, the preliminary budget that we presented on February the 14th still has not changed. The General Assembly has not finished their deliberations on the state budget, which includes the public school system budget. And we're hoping that we will have our final figures maybe next week, but we're anxiously awaiting for information. So we have nothing new tonight.
Okay, nothing new tonight.
Not
All right.
tonight, no.
All right. Second item is the school board budget work session special meeting date, which is March 28th, 7:30 p.m. in the public meeting room with Mrs. Hall.
Yes, this particular work session was shared with you last month on our budget timeline. It is in place. However, tonight we do need a motion from the board to accept this particular date for our work session. Again, it is scheduled for March the 28th at 7:30 p.m. But we do need a motion if you want to stay with that particular date.
Do I need to say anything else about that date?
We just have, nothing else needs to be
Okay.
said. We just need to meet and have that session.
Okay. So we need a motion.
I move that we hold the school board budget work session special meeting March 28th, 7:30 p.m.
And is there a second?
A second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
now that we have new business, this would be a time if Mr. Camp wanted to make that motion to entertain an RFP for additional security. But since this was not on the agenda, you need a 2/3 majority to add it to the agenda and a 2/3 majority vote to take the action. The second option would be to simply add it to the agenda for next month. It can wait along.
I don't have a problem with going ahead and seeing if we can get it done as quickly as possible.
To include it in the budget discussion.
Well, you may want to wait for a moment until everyone gets back. Maybe recess 5, 10 minutes, whatever.
Okay. I didn't know he left.
I think we have 2 members absent right now.
Mrs. Hall and Mr. Gray Hooker.
Yes, we have Mr. Gray Hooker with us from the Pierce Group Benefits, and he will talk to you a little bit about our history as far as our insurance activity for this academic year.
It's a pleasure to be here. As Ms. Hall said, my name is Gray Hooker, and I'm the lead benefits consultant on your health insurance plan and all four benefits. Pierce Group Benefits has been in business now for 55 years. We work solely with the public sector in North Carolina, Virginia, and South Carolina. We deal with approximately around 130 different school districts. Of course, it's unique here in Virginia versus North Carolina that you have to secure your own health benefits, and that's what I'm here to talk about this evening. Right now, your health insurance plan, as you may well know, is with the local choice. The local choice is a pooled program in the state of Virginia, approved by the legislature, and they pool many school systems as well as city and county governments in selected situations to better spread the risk of a health plan versus you going it alone. We've been very successful with that. We are in the process now, next year, after being your consultants for many years, we'll next year be on schedule to go back to market to see that if the TLC is still the best option. And you'll see as we go through my handout here that we handed out before the meeting, you'll see some trends here that are not unusual across all of our groups. And this will not be put up on the slide. I'd like to start with just the first page here, which shows your health plan demographics. And the demographics is very important when we do our analysis. You'll see that we've gone all the way back to the 2019, 2020 plan year. We also covered last year. And then on the 21-22 year to date, that's basically a first 6-month snapshot of where all of these pages are going to chronicle. The reason for that is, of course, it is unique in public sector that you are adopting a budget right now that's but your health plan takes place in July. So we have to literally go out to the market and shop your business starting in about January or early February. Okay. So right now, your demographics as far as number of subscribers and members has stayed pretty steady. We currently have 674 employee subscribers. We have total membership, that includes all dependents, of 876. The average age is of the subscribers is right at 50 years old. The average age of your members is 43.7 years old. I have been consulting for nearly 30 years, and in my public sector groups, it is always around 50. It's a very unique group. Right now, your percentage of females on the plan are 69% of participants, and male is 31% of participants. That too, in our school system groups, is very common. Okay. On the next page, we kind of get into what the claims utilization has been. And again, we're going all the way back to really pre-COVID. We thought that would be an interesting thing for you to see. We are starting to track those numbers. You'll see your inpatient stays last year versus 2019, 2020. It was just a little over $1 million, so it was down 20%. That is not unusual. We had a lot of those are COVID-related claims, but during last year in particular, a lot of hospitals were closed to elective surgeries and elective procedures, so mainly it was COVID-related inpatient stays. This year, in the gray, year-to-date inpatient, we are tracking through 6 months to also go over $1 million in inpatient stays. Again, we are, if you recall, we had a quiet period of COVID, then we had a new variant, and then a new variant behind that. and that still is the majority of our inpatient stays. In the outpatient setting, the 2021 plan year, you'll see we spiked to almost double what it was in 2019 through 2020. 2019 to 2020, we were just a little over $1 million. 20 to 21, we were nearly $2 million. That is purely the result of during the latter part of 2019 and all of 2020, most outpatient services were suspended. Also, with COVID being rampant at that time, people were not seeking treatment in outpatient facilities. When we started to have better outcomes with COVID in 2021, across the board for all of our some 300 groups, we saw a tremendous spike in outpatient surgeries coming back online, other outpatient procedures that had just been delayed during COVID. So that's not an unusual graph for us. This year, you'll see year to date, again, this is roughly through 6 months, we are on pace once again to possibly exceed last year in outpatient services and go over $2 million. A lot of outpatient procedures are being lined up that have been put off for 2 years. And so that's just something you need to keep in the back of your mind. Professional services are really just capture everything else. From pharmaceutical services, mental health care services, and we are seeing an uptick in mental health care across the board in all 3 of our states. It's been a tough couple of years. And so mental health services are being used much more. Physical therapy, any outpatient therapy whatsoever falls into professional services. They can be the most cost efficient to use those professionals instead of going to an inpatient facility to seek those services. You'll see last year in the orange, we exceeded $1.3 million in those services. This year we're trending to exceed $1.4 million. So overall, those across all of our services, mainly because of the hopefully soon come to an end to COVID, we are starting to see those tick up. We do not believe at Pierce that will be a prolonged thing. We believe that we'll get back to normal in procedures and in visits once we get through this thing. Okay. The next page is just total pay claims, and it takes you from July 2020 all the way through December of 2021. This is an interesting graphic, especially it's kind of normal for me to see this. You'll see you're kind of steady in the claims, but based on your population, as you see in school systems, in the summertime the claims go down, and then when we have the school year start, maybe new hires come on, it kind of spikes back up until it levels off by the end of the year. But this is something that we track on a regular basis, and we do report this on a quarterly basis to the superintendent's office. The next page is top health conditions by paid amount, and we were very careful to take out any individual information for privacy concerns. But this is something we look at very closely. You'll see in any renewal process, if you went out to RFP, when we do our due diligence, normally at least once every 3 years, as per contract says, they're going to look at large claims. In my 30 years of managing healthcare plans, it's always going to be the large claims. And in this case, you'll see that malignant cancers are by far the #1 condition. And we broke this down by per employee per month basis, so it's real easy to see the percentages. Health status, believe it or not, healthcare has a lot of administrative costs. Health status is literally insurance companies going back to doctors and doctors going back to insurance companies to see the progress of claim status. It is not as streamlined as we would like it to be. But we do track that, and then we go back to our carriers to see if that line item can be improved on a regular basis. Circulatory system is #3. Basically, urinary tract systems, including kidney disease, is the next one, and then injury. So the top 5 conditions, for all the conditions all of your membership has, makes up $247 per employee per month of the total $680.85 a month. The reason I chose to kind of put this list in here, you'll see that last year we were running $595 per employee per month in claims. And of all the individual claims, which I said because of privacy concerns, I did not put in this report, the top 15 claimants make up 52% of the claims. And that's really how healthcare goes, believe it or not. You don't have it tells me as a consultant you do not have an employee base that is over-abusing the healthcare system. They're not running to the doctor every single day. It really is those large claims that we have to rely on good networks, good case management study, and TLC does a very good job at that. I can report. And then the last page of my report here, we like to take a look at who you're using. Certainly we like to see centers of excellence performing some of these surgeries and especially some of these cancer treatments and circulatory treatments. You'll see that Duke University for inpatient care is number 1 on our list this year, followed by Centura Health, Centura Behavioral Health, and as I mentioned earlier, mental health services are becoming more of a top line item that we see across all of our groups, so it's not just this group. Then Centura Halifax Regional, and then Durham Regional. And then for outpatient in-network providers, the top 5 or so that are being used is Centura Behavioral Health, again, Halifax Regional, Danville Regional Medical Center, Medical College of Virginia, Halifax Regional, and again, Duke University. So we are getting widespread travel to seek treatment in other states and things of that nature that we come across some groups radically forcing their employees to do. They are staying close to home to get care. Any questions on that? This all you want to take the floor?
I will.
For the rate?
I will. If you, in your packet, you will find a memo. Ms. Hoss, Dr. Hoss, could you roll it back down, please, with the memo? Yes, thank you. That's okay. You'll find a memo in your pack concerning the health insurance rates for 2022-23. And of course, the statement says we need to approve rates tonight. The total cost for health insurance for the 22-23 school year will be $7,127,568, which reflects $679,944 above current costs. Now, remember the preliminary budget that I shared with you last month? We had $500,000 included in that proposed budget to cover the health insurance costs, leaving an additional $179,944 to be absorbed either by the employer or the employee, depending on what option you choose tonight regarding that $179,944. So the first option is figured with the employer absorbing the costs, and you can see the charts in your packet and on the screen, Dr. Hawks. And that is, of course, the first chart. I'm trying to see if that. Okay, now this one shows the current rates for this current school year, 22-20. These are the current rates. I guess if you look there, all right, there it is at the bottom. Now this one shows, of course, that the employer absorbing the cost. That means Halifax County Public Schools. If you absorb the cost, I mean, you would take on in our budget the extra, I think it was $179,000. Then, of course, you would see that the employee rates do not change. They stay at the employee only $82 and so forth. If we move the chart up, move down a little bit, this shows the renewal with the split, meaning that the school system will take on the $500,000 that is in our proposed budget, and the employee would take on the $179,000 through our rates. And there you can see a difference there. Come back, I think that's the dental, come down a little bit. Go up a little bit, Gina, please, thank you. Going up a little bit. Okay. So if you look in your packet, you'll see the difference, for example, to subscriber only. If the school system absorbs the entire cost, employee only would stay $82. But if it's split between the school system and our employees, that rate, that subscription rate would go up to $93.48, an increase of $11. So that sort of gives you an idea of what the impact would be based on your option tonight. So we do need the board to vote on which option.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
When was the last time employee rates were increased? Do you know?
I'm thinking there was a little increase. It's been a little increase every year. Has it not, Mr.?
I don't think it were increased last year. Because
Okay.
Before there was an increase.
Okay, but not last year.
Correct.
Okay.
And because TLC gave all of their school system groups what they called a COVID discount last year, which
Okay.
kept all of the renewals kind of intact. This year's increase overall was 10.5%, and that's about the medical trend, even though we're running higher than we were supposed to. You still have as the high deductible health plan, and that's staying at a zero premium. So it also behooves the county school system to have more people in the future migrate to that plan, because it also has an HSA account attached to it that the school system contributes $240 a year to. So you can always stay competitive by having a free plan. And as Ms. Hall said, you know, an $11 increase is not that bad from what we're seeing across the board.
And the amount that the employer contribution, is that $240? That's what we give for the high deductible?
That's the HSA account.
Okay, so Halifax County Public Schools, if they do the HSA account, then, and they use the high deductible, then we give them $240 towards that?
Toward any expenses, that's right. And then they can contribute as well. And the great thing about an HSA account is that's the employee's money. You don't have to use it. You don't lose it if you don't use it. You can carry that on year after year. So what our counselors, when they meet on site with all of your employees annually, we try to educate them that, you know, if they use it properly, they can eventually have 100% insurance and it costs them nothing. That's very popular, especially with your younger teachers and younger employees who don't use their health care nearly as much. So the difference really is sticking with the budget of $500,000 that you've already approved. That would maintain our contribution level at the minimum levels that TLC requires, or absorbing the other $179,000.
And this decision needs to be made tonight. It can't be made in conjunction with the budget discussions?
We are under a deadline with TLC. Every group in Virginia has to sign off on their renewals by March 25th. And we are meeting the day after tomorrow for their open enrollment meeting.
I don't know what everyone else's opinion is, but insurance rates going up 10%, fuel has gone up however many percent, and we have issues with the compensation plan that was implemented, and some staff got 0.5%. If there's a way that we can absorb $179,000, which is not a whole lot for the school system, we can absorb that in the new budget, I would say it. I mean, my health insurance premiums go up every year with my company, but this is a real bad time to increase that for employees. That's my opinion.
Does anyone else have anything else they want to say about it?
Mr. Camp?
So let me get this straight. So we got, looking at 82 and 93, all the way down, 436.
497.
And then, so we take this 240, divide that by 12, so you knock 20 off of that, right?
No, the 240 is a contribution made once per year into the health savings account if someone is on the high deductible plan.
Okay, well, let's, the way I view this is, you know, it's kind of like budget time too, and, you know, we're talking about, security service RFP, and we're talking about compensation, we gotta review compensation again. I just don't wanna put it on employees right now.
This would be a good time for a motion,
Would be.
and then we can have discussion.
I'll make a motion that we fund the additional cost for the health plan within the school system.
Need a second on that, please?
I second that.
Is there any other discussion?
I have a question. I may have missed it during your presentation. We didn't go up in rate last year, right?
There was a slight increase, but it might have been 1 or 2%, and not 10.5.
Okay, and it's 10.5 this year.
That's
So-
what the health plan renewal is.
This year.
That's what that $679,000 represents.
That's what I've been looking for, but
Yeah.
I'm just going by that. So what was it a year before, year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
I do not have what the actual renewal was, but the rates have stayed pretty steady for the employee, really up until this year.
So how much difference is that? We're saying it's going up, so how much did it go up?
The renewal was presented to us at a 10.5% increase over last year's total plan cost. That's the employee contribution and the employer contribution combined.
Ten and a half. Huh? Yeah, we're in discussion, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Well, I just, you know, we're looking at, I don't know, probably 4 security officers. You're looking at this increase right here. I mean, you're looking at probably $180,000 for that, so. It's tough. It's tough. So if we did, school system pick this up as well as some with security, that'd be $360,000.
It will be. We don't have our final figures yet either for our budget.
That's the whole problem.
Yep.
You know?
It is. We just don't have those.
We're
In
supposed to get that
addition to
from
the
the state?
compensation that we
We're
still need to
waiting.
fund.
From the state.
From the General Assembly, yes, sir.
I think that due to the short notice, I like to support it due to the short notice and absorb the cost for this year. But next year, I think we need to put our RFP forward ahead of time, several months before our renewal come back up. Because like he was saying, open enrollment is tomorrow, we don't have a lot of time.
No, the open enrollment, the open enrollment meeting where we plan all of these sessions, that, the planning part is tomorrow. TLC, the local choice, they changed the rules for all school systems across Virginia this year, and they're forcing everyone to just sign off on their renewal, saying, okay, we accept your renewal by March 25th, and you have to, they gave us a 2-week window that every school system in Virginia had that's on that plan has to enroll in that 2 weeks in May. And that's not happened before. Usually we've been able to control that. That's really, and they don't even release these things to us until normally about the second week of March. And so we're kind of restrained by the carrier. You know, we're not the carrier, we're trying to push and prod them. And so I know we're under contract with these folks only for 1 more year, And then normally your RFP process is every 3 years, and that's up for next year. So we will start that process.
Yeah, so we still don't have a lot of time. Like I said, next year, I think we need to jump on it early, start looking at something different.
And I can tell you for the ones that we have done, we just finished one for a county here in Virginia, and they still signed off on TLC. But we have access to every single company in the state of Virginia. And so we'll certainly do our due diligence when we're directed, especially when you're going to have a new superintendent. And that normally is the normal process anyway when we have new leadership.
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at these numbers and I'm thinking to.
It's a mic.
I'm sorry.
That's your battery? Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's working or not. But anyway, I'm looking at these numbers. I'm thinking about a recent meeting we had with the Board of Supervisors, and certainly our board is in an unenviable position in that, you know, we just added to the agenda a few moments ago. We want to add school security officers or school resource officers. And we know the price tag comes with that. Obviously, we know the price with this insurance at $179. So, you know, as a board, we're looking at potentially no increased funding from the county. That's what I'm understanding. No increase in funding, yet we're looking to add to our budget $180,000, $200,000 for security resource officers or school security officers, one or the other. Another additional 179 here. Mr. Kemp just touched on it. So unfortunately, I say it's unenviable because then we have to weigh, we are looking at hopefully fixing the salary scale. We're also looking at 5%, if I'm not mistaken, is that right? Salary
Preliminary,
increases.
we're looking at 5, or it could be 4%, we're not sure yet.
So we're looking at 4 to 5% salary increase.
And a possible
plus the
bonus.
salary scale revision. So I guess these are all factors that we need to weigh in the next few moments.
Is that 2 years?
It might be, I think it's a period of time.
So I guess that's my point. It's not a question.
Right.
It's just a point that we're looking at, adding $350,000 to a budget when there's no indication that we're going to receive any additional funding from the county. Versus we know that we'll be able to increase salaries, but maybe that will come with absorbing the increased insurance costs. So I'm just pointing out some factors, more so than I'm asking a question. That's it.
Yeah, I would just make sure that people heard that. I mean, we are in a really tough spot as a board, especially with no director of finance and all this stuff coming at us. It's tough. We are working on it, but it's tough.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
So, if anybody is out there, I don't know, Scott, maybe you can speak to this, I don't know. On the current budget, on the reconciliation process that we got going on now, does that have a 5% raise for the next 2 years of the biennium?
Currently, it does. And I was just reading while you guys were talking. The session ended without any action taken, so they're going to have to go in special session. They, according to the news report, they feel as though they have a pretty good bipartisan feel that they're going to take a short amount of time in the special session. They're still working out. The issue right now, as far as the budget goes, is about lab schools. That's the only thing for education that we have to worry about. But right now, the 5% is still in there. But anything can happen in politics.
I got a question. Maybe I'm missing that. I hear you saying 10.5% increase. 10.5% equates to how much money? per person?
$679,000 over
Overall.
what your current funding level is, 500,000 of which you already have in the budget. And that's where the discrepancy is between the 179 and 500,000. So it's, the total is $679,000.
So the amount of money we're gonna need to kick in, what Fred was talking about, is hundred and some thousand.
179 additional.
Additional dollars over what you've already approved.
We've already set aside
If you
500.
decide
We've already got 500 set aside, we just need to set aside some more.
Yes, 179,000 additional.
179,000 more.
Can I say something? We've heard tonight that some people in the school district are not even making minimum wage. And, you know, I hope we can rectify that. But even still, there's a lot of people not making much money. And for us, I feel like as a school board, we need to take care of our people and keep them here. And one way we value them is to help with this. And my understanding is hopefully we'll get a good amount from the new governor. So as we make our budget, you know, we budget this in for this year is the way I'm thinking.
I guess that was a point that I failed to make a moment ago. As a system, when we're weighing this, we also have to consider that we are already contributing an additional $500,000 toward these increased costs. So it's not like, I want the public to understand, if we have to make this vote, it's not like we are completely passing these costs on to our employees. We're absorbing $500,000 of a $679,000 increase. So we're making a significant investment in healthcare. It's just, you know, with all of the needs that we have at present, you know, where do we draw the line? You know, unfortunately, we're going to have to make some difficult decisions because I don't think, based on the current budget that we reviewed, that there are any additional funds available to, you know, something would have to be cut. So I guess that's something that, you know, we just heard from Mr. Lewis earlier. I mean, we're going to cut security officers, or we're going to cut insurance, or, you know, what are we cutting? And that's kind of where we're at as a board.
Can we do half and half?
No, that would put you below the contribution requirements. That 500,000 that you voted on to put in the budget does meet their requirements. They have very strict requirements on participation and contribution levels. That's unique to TLC, but not unique to the industry. Most of them will have that. And we did do, Ms. Hall asked for us to analyze that for her, and we did so. And it came, the $500,000 passes. So you would be fine in just adopting that 500,000 and staying at that level.
So we don't have to do anything with the 179, or can
You can pass that on to the employees with the rates that we've gone over. The individual on the richer plan would go up $11 a month. As I stated earlier, they still have an option to get a free plan in the high deductible health plan. And we have more and more every year that are enrolling across the groups in that.
Yeah, but I'm looking at family rates.
Yeah, the family rates.
Man, you know, we're talking $100 here.
Yep.
So is it a way that we can, you talk about this free stuff, I mean, you know, free in insurance doesn't happen much. I mean, so is there some kind of way that we can mitigate that somewhat? I mean, you know, because we're looking at a family employee of $998, employee family is $998 right now, it's $1137 new. You know, I mean, that's $140 a month. I mean, and that's a family. So, you know. Is it something that can be done to kind of ease that burden to them? I mean, you know, get another, I don't know what this is.
Just with 585,
it is.
500,000, we had 89,000 more for the school board. I think you can do that, correct? I mean,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, you can add more.
500,000 up.
Yeah. If you want all these changed, we were asked to spreadsheet these based on equal distribution for all the tiers. So that the employee would be, because we have so many employee only versus families, we have 11 families on that low option plan. So it would affect 11 people versus the overall employee count. Now, if you wanted to say, and I think I'm hearing you say that you would like to see an option where you split the 179 between the two of you. We could certainly have that to Ms. Hall by Wednesday, but you would kind of have an idea kind of how you want to leave her. It's absolutely your choice and your decision.
So, I understand you say you have 11 families out of 691.
That's 11.
11 out of 691, correct?
11 participating.
Family, you have 11 on the low deductible plan, you have 4 on the high deductible plan.
Yeah, right there, 11.
So you have 512 employee owners.
But you have 691 total plans, I guess what I'm saying.
Employees.
Participants.
Correct.
Okay.
611 of those are participating in the low deductible plan. And as I was saying earlier, that's not the trend that we see in some other groups. So they are investing already in their own health care. We see normally at least 30 to 35% of the employee count go to a high deductible health plan because, again, they get that HSA. That's becoming much more popular with people. We don't have that percentage here.
How come we can't, take this increase and just add it in to our salary when we meet on the 21st? Just add it into the salary, whatever the increase is, just add it into each employee's salary. And that way, we're trying to be good stewards of money. So that way, we can add it in through a raise. Like I say, you just add that $11 or something to each employee.
I mean, that's
That's
one way to do
my-
it. That's one way to do it. Yeah, I mean,
My only comment on that would be that I don't know that we have the confidence in the community that we'll actually do that at this point, just because of the issues that we've had in implementing the compensation plan. That would be my only concern. I think the rates are gonna have to go up at some point. I just hate to do it right now when we have so many other things that we have not finished. We do have a lot of budget issues that we're gonna have to work through and find funding for. I would say this one where we are, I would still stay with my vote, funding the additional 179, and we'll have to find cuts somewhere else.
Okay, issue with the salary scales, out of 900 plus employees, you only have 691 participating. So you
That's
set
true.
the salary scale that would be, based on, 70%, whatever that number may be, of your participants.
well, we're keeping them whole. Give it to them in a raise, keep them whole.
Not saying I'm opposed to it. I think that's
I like that.
You like what, Jay?
He said, just saying what it's gonna cost employees in health insurance if the school system pays the 179. Okay? Keith is saying that whatever the increase is for that employee, we give that to them in this compensation that we're gonna be doing next month. We give them in other words, it won't cost them anything
They pick it up in the check.
yeah.
Mr. Campbell, if you're doing that, the rates are going to be different subscriber only, family, but if you're saying $11 per employee, that doesn't include family rate. I mean, because you're not saying pick up $100 for some employees because they're carrying the family rate, give others $11 because they're a single subscriber.
And that's per month.
Per month, right.
Because, I mean,
That wouldn't,
family rate is,
I mean, I don't think we could,
family is
something you want to think about, yeah.
Yes, sir.
And I guess the other issue with that is, you know, when we're talking about the salary scale adjustments, you know, we had targeted populations that we wanted to work towards, you know, a certain sector of employees. And, you know, we had goals for each one, you know, priority levels, so to speak, with different positions. So, you know, to maintain those priority levels, it would be difficult to pass an insurance cost. You know, again, some employees or some positions are lower priority on the salary scale adjustment than others. And at that point, you know, it's difficult to pass on a insurance cost when some employees, depending on the salary scale, going to be affected disproportionately, I guess is what I'm saying.
What I foresee as a problem, is that if we do that, we gave everybody $11 that it cost them, but that's only a group of people we're giving it to, right? So it's not everybody we're giving it to.
Right, it would be those who participate in insurance, you're right.
Right, so do we have to give the other ones how much?
Same thing.
I would think so.
Yeah.
So, how much is how much did that equate out to?
Well, we have about 900 employees. Not all of them are participating in our insurance program.
Okay,
So 2/3 are participating.
okay.
So we have about between 275 and 300 not participating in the health insurance program.
Okay, so we got how many participating?
We have 691, isn't it?
Let's say 700 times 11. How much does that equate out to? Somebody got the calculator out?
Well, times 10
If you
is
did it that way, it would
75.
be 7,000 or so. If you did it for all 900, it would be 9,000. Multiply that by 12 months, we're still talking $90,000, $100,000. And that's only for $10 for each employee per
That'd
month.
be $10 better than no dollar.
Correct, but the
Right.
family plan is $100-something a month. So now do we modify those employees and give them 100? It's
So-
very difficult to
Yeah,
implement that.
yeah.
So, we got 111,000, what you're saying. Now we got to come up with a figure that we're gonna give the people that's getting the family plan, right?
It has to be relative.
That's good.
On the same amount
Right.
as the other employees. You really couldn't pick up the family plan.
Okay, that's, so
Right.
that's fine. So, how many people on the family plan?
I think we had 11, he said 11.
That's all?
Yeah.
If we do it for each person, depending on which insurance plan they have, every year we would have to adjust the salary plan for whether or not they increase their insurance and what plan they're on. Giving specific employees additional money each year because we did not fund this, it's going to cost us more, and there's no way to manage that.
That's right.
I mean, either we give every employee an additional $100 per month, which is 9,000 times whatever. There's no way to do it individually by plan. It's either we fund the 179, or we pass it on to employees, or we give an additional increase in salary across the board. Those are the only options.
If I could interject, I have seen groups try that approach before. It is very, very hard to
Yeah.
put money in someone's paycheck and then take it away from them. That's the way it normally is perceived. You can think about Medicare recipients, they get an increase in their Social Security check, and then they take it to the Medicare premiums. My father argued about that for years. And it's almost impossible to administer as far as just spreadsheets this every year, because I'm not gonna know, and our team's not gonna know what you're gonna do at meetings like this.
Right.
I just thought I'd interject that.
That's exactly what we're gonna be doing, what you just said would happen to your dad. You give you
There's a
you gotta
proposal,
take it back.
there's a motion on the floor in a second, am I right?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
If there's no further discussion, you need to call the vote.
I'm discussing it now, just ask them a question. Something cut me off. Because if that's the same thing we're gonna do, we're gonna either have to bite the bullet to do what she was saying, give 179,000 to that, or we're gonna do it the other way, which is gonna be less than 179,000, or close to it. So why would we do that by giving what Mr. McDowell said? Could we come out with less money? Because see, nobody's calculating this up. We're going by percentage, and that's not putting no dollar signs in front of my face to tell me what's what. But what you're saying is that that's gonna bite us in the butt next year.
It could.
That's exactly what you're saying. And we can't count on the Board of Supervisors to give us any help on this.
Correct, sir.
So we're gonna be better off giving them 179,000, like we said?
My counsel would be to either keep the 500,000 in your budget.
Right.
That's already there, and pass on the 179, or to absorb it all and leave everything for the school system. It's the easiest way to do it and get an agreement.
Cleanest way.
That's the motion, right?
Yeah. Can we
That's
take a roll
motion.
call?
That's the only thing we
Go
can do.
ahead and,
Yeah.
are y'all,
Huh?
y'all gonna, any more?
To absorb it.
All in, all out.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote on this, on Ms. Shotwell's motion. Yes.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
I'm gonna pass, I'm gonna vote for it. Hoping that we're gonna be able to find some money somewhere to do that. Cause if we don't, guess where we're gonna be next year?
In the hole.
I think the correct term is behind the eight ball. Oh no, it's gonna be a high school.
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
He did.
I just said yes.
You said yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-3.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Next item is the procurement procedure.
I'm gonna be real brief. We haven't visited the procurement process since 2014. So if you look at A, I'm proposing that we go $1 to $1,000, no bids are required. B, we go to $1,000, $1 to $5,000. A minimum of 3 written quotes must be obtained. C, $5,001 to $100,000. A quotation package must be prepared for the board's pre-approval. From $100,001 or greater, a bid package with an official bid number must be prepared and sealed bids are required.
and to address the emergency spending. Pre-approval from the superintendent and the finance director must be obtained and submitted to the board at the next board meeting. And this includes all ESSER funds, any type of grants applies to this process. And like I say, we need to be good stewards of money, of the taxpayers' money. The Board of Supervisors is already on our case about money, so this would be a good way to try to cut this budget and keep the spending under control.
This is, Paul asked me to kind of fill in for the finance director here. I needed to qualify one thing, make sure I understood. For the purchases from 1 to 1,000, would that also require board approval?
No.
Okay. And for B, for 1,001 to 5,000, that's with the Ridges quotes, is that correct?
3 written quotes.
And Mr. McGowan was kind enough to contact me about this, so I anticipated some of the questions that we might have. First of all, the procurement policy is a 60-page document, and I've got it down to one sentence for you. Basically, it's developed so that all procurement procedures are conducted in a fair and impartial manner with avoidance of any impropriety, appearance of impropriety, that all qualified vendors have access to public business, and that no offerer be arbitrarily and capriciously excluded. And the school division, like all school divisions, took advantage of page 40. They indicated, rather than everybody having another 60-page document, any school division, the school board is adopted by policy or regulation. That's what you have here. You got a one-page regulation rather than a 60-page document. As a school division or a public entity, you cannot be more lenient than the procurement policy. In the procurement policy, the regulation that you have is more stringent now, and you're allowed to do that. Because technically, letter D, according to the state, is $200,000. But as a school division, you can't be more stringent. And what I did in the meantime, just so you had a comparison to your neighbors, if you take a look at this, you can see what your neighbors are doing and their regulations. And they're all over the place. It's whatever school division feels most comfortable with. I am glad, Mr. McGowan, that you weren't asking to have a school board approval for the quote between 1 and 4,000, because that would create a reason that there would have to be a finance committee that would review each of the purchases that would be made before each board meeting, and that would put off most of our purchasing at least 30 days. Because if, let's say tomorrow after the school board meeting, we find out that we run inkjet cartridges at a school, they wouldn't be able to purchase them for a full month. So if you've got before you what other school divisions do, and you may want to take a few minutes to look at it. You may want to table it, decide later, but you are within your rights as a school division to be more stringent than the procurement policy, but not more lenient. And the different thresholds that you proposed here will require, Mr. McGill, I'll have to ask you, any of these 4 thresholds that you put together, I don't think you've added anything in there that added school board prior approval, did you?
No, just the...
Just changing the threshold, is that correct?
Changing the threshold.
Okay.
But when you get to C,
Yes.
That's, you have to have pre-approval from the board.
So you're adding that to C, because currently it
Yes.
says,
Quotation.
it just says quotations, but you want to add to that also, school board prior approval before purchasing, is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
Can we get a second? Is that right?
I'm not certain we have a motion yet.
I don't think that
Not yet.
Yeah, that's my, this is my.
So these procedures are his motion.
Yes.
I have a question, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of purchases does this include? Is it, lawn mowing, printer cartridges, like you mentioned? Is it any kind of expenditure?
It would be for services and goods,
Anything.
which is, what you just made a statement to. The quotation package doesn't require sealed bids. It doesn't require advertising. It's basically, I'll give you an example. I'll pick on Steve. Steve Brumfield wants to get somebody to do replacing a boiler, easily $100,000. He's going to have to get the quotes, and before he can move forward, he's going to have to get school board approval before he can award that quote. Except, there's two exceptions. One exception is an emergency, as stated by the superintendent. And generally what happens in all school divisions, if there's an emergency, the school superintendent deems it an emergency and provides that information to the school board ahead of time. And the other one that I'm not certain about, because it's been a while since I really got involved in procurement, is state contracts. State contracts, there are two exceptions within the procurement process that I'm aware of, and one of those is cooperative contracts where we can enjoin upon another municipality or school division's contract with specific goods or services, but that has to go before the board for your approval, or the state contract. And the state contract are negotiated prices for goods and services, and there's a whole plethora of them, everything from instructional services, transportation, oil, gas, natural gas, propane. I'm not as familiar as I used to be 10 years ago with what the current state contracts are, but they are an entity, and I could report back to you and give you a specified list of all the state contracts if you like. Those are the only three exceptions. Emergency as deemed by the superintendent, cooperating contracts with other municipalities, and state contracts. I wish I could be a little bit more, have more explanation to that from a little rusty. And you dealt with this in your previous life, does that sound correct?
And the county, if you'll go back and look at the county's procurement process, they're really strict. Every dollar spent, so,
The only thing that I would mention for you to consider, all of you, is the pros and the cons. The pros of making it more stringent gives you more control and keeps a tighter lid on the budget. The con for that is it makes the work by your athletic directors, your people who buy copy paper, first aid supplies, whatever we buy, when you make the thresholds more stringent, it provides more work on them. But since you're not including in A and B an additional school board approval, that takes a little relief off it. That's, and again, you feel like that's what I'm saying is correct? And you've got other people in here that you may want to, the board may want to ask questions. We have Mr. Brumfield and Mrs. Moore, and of course, some of our principals in here, they have to approve and obtain quotes and prices as well. So if the board has any questions, you might be best asking for some of their information. Or if you wish, you could table it and give me some homework so I can provide you more information if you're not ready to make a decision. But I guess really you haven't made a motion.
Yes.
Anything else that I can provide?
That's been, thank you.
So we have a motion, we have a second?
I second that.
You second? Okay. Is there any more discussion? Yes.
So I definitely think we could use some changes in this area. I'm a little hesitant because we don't have a director of finance right now. At the same point, we need to be a little more stringent because we don't have a director of finance. I would like to see, because I've been watching the expenditures as well, I would like to see at least board pre-approval for greater than 25,000 for now, and maybe adjust the rest of it after we do get a director of finance and a superintendent in. I don't know what you guys think about that, but it's kind of a middle ground. And then we could have additional discussions with other directors in the meantime. Another option.
Well, I'd just like to say, I don't have enough information right now, I think, to make a decision. I mean, Dr. Warner offered to give us some more information. I just don't feel comfortable right now, and if it goes to a vote, I will probably vote no at this point.
Roll call.
I want to ask a question.
Yep.
Chair, that's okay?
Yep.
Can I ask Mr. Bowman?
Sure.
Good evening, sir.
How would this impact you?
It impacts me greatly. The reason being is because with the cost of equipment that's coming up in parts, I probably purchase, let's just say a fan motor. I can buy fan motors, food services, equipment, repairs, I can go on and on. If you're saying 1,000 and above, you have to get 3 quotes. You're gonna see that probably about 12 times a week. And the only thing that scares me, and I understand exactly where Mr. McDowell's from, I agree. I've been keeping a procurement log, so everything that I go and I get 3 quotes on, I keep that in a log, and I break it down for every year. So therefore, if you ask me today saying, hey, Mr. Brumfield would like to see your procurement log of your 3 quotes, I may not have the 3 quotes because they already went with finance to be filed, but I have a spreadsheet that shows all 3 bidders, what they did, and then who was awarded that bid. That's how I keep track of mine, because I send all of my quotes to finance. I don't keep any of them, besides the one who's more. You're gonna have to, my guys are gonna have to go get 3 quotes every time that they're trying to purchase something that's $1,000 or more, then they're taking away from their job in order to get some quotes.
Do you have any more?
I have a question. I see that this thing was done in 2014, which excludes you, but it includes Jay. And it also includes the rest of us that have been on here since 2014. Have we had any procurement problems in the past because of anything?
The finance director that used to be with us, I had a whole lot of problems.
Did we have any problems with the amount of money that we could do? Because the state law says we can't do anything over $5,000, right? Anything over $5,000 gotta be checked out by us and everybody else. Is that not correct? Huh? Oh, You just got it right here, that said 5,000 to 25.
That's our policy currently in place.
Exactly.
That's not state law.
That is state law, I just got it. Anyway, I'm not gonna even look it up. It's state law that we gotta do that. We can't make any procurements with over $5,000 without bringing it back to the board. That's the point. So somebody tell me if I'm wrong, that right or wrong?
It's
I
close.
got it right here.
That's your regulation, Mr. Fox. The state really only requires 200,000 for building.
Dr. Warner, question?
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, with the current policy, the school board does not need to approve any purchases even greater than 100,000, is that correct?
Well, let me qualify something for you. This is not a policy.
Okay.
This is a regulation. And you are within the policy because $25,000 state policy, and you've gone lower than that. You require written quotes between 5,000 and 25,000. The state says you have to have written quotes for $25,000. So you can be more stringent than you are. And the other one is $200,000, not $101,000. So those are policies. But as a school division, you can create, which you did back in 2014 or earlier than 2014, you can create regulations that sets forth the parameters of what the director of finance of the school board wishes as far as ensuring the fact that we're offering the opportunity to vendors to bid on things without being without being, I can't think of saying the word right now, arbitrary and capricious. So this is a policy. Policy is $25,000. The state says you gotta get bids. You are more stringent. Policy of the state is $200,000 for sealed bids. We've lowered it to 101. If you look at the other school divisions, some of them have as well.
But the school board does not approve any of those, any purchases. Based on this regulation, nothing comes to the school board for review and approval in the purchasing.
Yes, for the bids.
So
Bids.
greater than
You're aware of
100,000.
the bids, you accept the bids, and as you heard from the construction management agency, and it's a good rule of thumb for everybody, you have to take the lowest bid in a sealed bid unless you pre-qualify the individuals who are bidding on the goods and services, which is a way to only select those who have either a good product or a good service. And a good example would be if Halifax County wanted to outsource all of its lawn mowing for its schools, and you put it out to bid without pre-qualifying, if Mr. Smith turns in a bid, he has 3 push lawnmowers and 1 riding lawnmower, and he wants to do all 7 of our elementary schools and our 2 secondary schools, you would have to take that bid, even though all of you know that he couldn't possibly do the work, because you didn't pre-qualify. So you do approve the sealed bids based upon the due diligence that your directors and your finance director performs before they bring those sealed bids to you. That's the only thing that the board has to pre-approve. And you will see that other school divisions, most specifically Charlotte County, they allow you to have purchased goods and services up to $1,500, but everything after that has to be pre-approved by the school board. That's what Charlotte County does.
Yes, yeah.
Mary, that says shot rule to state of compromise again.
Yeah, my alternate recommendation would be for at least the interim that board pre-approval be received for anything greater than 25,000 until such a time as we have a director of finance and superintendent in place.
We say the 25,000, then as you're saying, then maybe bring this back in April when we've all had more time to look at it, but use 25,000 as a threshold in the interim. But instead of pushing off the finance recommend, push it till April so we can maybe have a chart with Mr. McDowell's recommendation and also all this other information so we can have a table and really look at the differences. In the meantime, for a source of protection, we implement Ms. Shotwell's recommendation.
Is that what the limits? 5 the Skeet's limits on it?
It would be anything, so current dollar amounts would not change for A, B, C, and D. It's just that for C and D, 25,000 or above, any purchases have to be pre-approved by the board.
Pre-approved
Yeah.
until we get a new finance.
Until April. And we review the NICO, Ricky's recommendation.
We're gonna review this again in April. So we're just gonna see what that works.
Hopefully we'll have a new finance director by then.
Yeah. Do you guys want me to amend the motion?
Yeah.
Right, so I would like to amend the motion to retain the dollar amounts as they are currently set in the regulation, but for C and D, any purchases greater than 25,000 have to come to the board for pre-approval until at least the April board meeting when we will rediscuss.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any more discussion?
Yes, ma'am, we didn't get through the first motion, now we got the second motion. That's just an observation. I'm reading this right here, it says, for the purchase of $1 to $5,000, oral quotations must be obtained. No bids or written quotes are required, right? So that means anything over 5, we gotta get some type of bid on that before we do anything, right?
3 quotes.
Written quote.
Right, then you gotta get them quotes, right? Okay. I still haven't had my question answered. My question answers were, have we violated this anytime in the last, well, this is 14 was done, this is 22. Have we violated this? If we haven't violated, why are we talking about changing? Because we already know, but what's gonna happen is this. When I need to get some paper, and I gotta get some paper, if it's over 5,000, under 1,000 or whatever you got to set the thing down even lower, we gotta get it, bring it to the board to get it pre-approved. So if they find out tomorrow they gotta get paper, then they gotta come back to us in April. Then they gotta get the paper sometime ordered in April, and maybe they'll get it by May. So maybe they out of paper all that time. So we're looking at 4 to 6 weeks that we won't get anything done. Plus, it's gonna put additional work on bookkeeping and on everybody out here that can order stuff. Because I haven't heard anybody tell me that we have gone astray in what we already have going here. Have we gone astray? If so, tell me.
I do have a couple of questions.
No, I don't want no questions. I want, have we gone astray, Ms. Shotwell? That's what I want to know.
That I think we need to discuss in closed session because we may have. But I think that is closed session
Who's gonna answer
discussion.
it then? But the what you call man is not here. How we gonna answer that? So how we gonna come up with something? We're gonna discuss it. And I haven't heard anything.
I have heard we have gone astray. I
On
can't.
what? On what?
I can't verify that in this session,
Oh,
but in closed session, I think we can.
so how we gonna verify that? Did you verify it?
Well, I can't verify it,
Oh,
but we can
okay.
discuss it.
So how can anybody verify it if we don't have the person here that's doing the bookkeeping and let us know that that is an accurate statement? Or this is just something I done heard across the grapevine?
I do think transparency
I'm
is a
not
valid
questioning,
point.
I have not questioned transparency. I have questioned the fact that whether or not something like this has happened. I'm being told that it's happened, but I can't tell you about it until we get in there. Then I'm asking, how can you verify that? You can't tell me how to verify it.
I think my response to that would be that I have seen some stuff that makes me question if this has been violated, but I'm not going to call that out in a public session without discussing that because we don't see this today. So it very well could have been approved by the school system. So I'm not going to say we have violated it without discussing it with the board, and that needs to be closed session.
That particular thing should have been brought up, what you got, instead of trying to change the whole policy.
I'm not trying to,
Well, don't tell me what you're not trying to do, because you just made a motion to change this to something else. So why do we need to change the policy if you're not sure that we have violated this? I'm just asking the question.
Mr. Camp?
I think, Keith, just to kind of jump in on this, for A and B, you don't have to have any board approval, is that correct?
No,
No board approval for A or B?
no.
And I think the motion is that all these limits are gonna stay the same.
Okay.
And the only thing that's gonna change is that we're gonna have pre-approval from the board for items C and D,
Yes.
okay? That's the only thing that's gonna change. All these figures, just the way they were, are gonna stay the same. And then C and D is gonna change with pre-approval from us. So everything over 25,000,
Why don't we make this after we find out in executive session that we got something to be looking at that may be wrong?
okay.
And it's not gonna put us in a bind, we have emergency spending, you know, you can call.
But that's not emergency spending. We've been just told by two people, maybe three, that we have violated this policy by going over $5,000 or whatever. And ever since I've been here listening to this, that if it gets to be 5,000, we've got to get an RFP or got to bid on it before they can approve it or when budget it. Yes, sir.
Just a point of order. If you choose to lower make more stringent number C, school board approval, you will have to follow up by developing a finance committee. That will have to be on a monthly or bi-monthly basis to be able to review the approvals before a board meeting, to make a recommendation as a committee to the board, because that really can't be placed on the consent agenda unless the finance committee has reviewed that. So that's just another layer. I'm not trying to convince you against or for, but that's just procedure. That school divisions who require prior approval, you have to have a finance committee. So, and that's just good accounting. At least it was back in 2012.
Okay, we do have two motions on the floor. The first motion,
You can't have two motions on the floor.
She has one motion on the floor that has been revised, amended.
one motion on the floor has been amended. All right.
Wait.
Can you please read the amended motion?
so the amendment to the motion is that the dollar amounts do not change for C and D, so any purchases greater than 25,000 require school board pre-approval until further notice.
Until which time a new finance director is in place, is what you said.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on this?
Call the vote.
Call for a roll vote. I don't have enough information. I'm gonna have to vote no.
Yes.
Yes.
District 4, Mr. Camp.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
District 6, Ms. Shotwell.
Yes.
District 7, Ms. McDowell.
Yes.
District 8, Mr. Potts.
My question, Madam Chairman, has not been answered yet, therefore I vote no.
Motion carries 6-2.
Next item is a capital improvement plan, Transportation Department, Mr. Brumfield and Ms. Moore.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, board members, Ms. Hall, thank you all. Good evening for having me here this evening. I am going to speak to you on our annual capital and strategic capital improvement plan. And as of right now, I'm going to hand this over to our superintendent, Ms. Hall.
Okay, as you see with the executive summary, Dr. Hawks, if you could. The intent of this plan is to provide a summary of our existing facilities. We're going to give an overview of our capital needs. And also, you will find an annual maintenance schedule within this plan, and probably an anticipated list of projects that would require significant revenue. And of course, our capital needs will be prioritized in this particular plan. In this plan, you'll see all of our existing buildings, and they're listed there. I won't go through that. But all of our buildings total just over 1 million square feet of building space on 486 acres. And you can see there all of the facilities that we have. During this past fiscal year, we were able to address some of the areas under this plan. We pulled funding from some of our budget savings and ESSA funding, and 3 projects in particular during the 21-22 school year we addressed. And you can see, of course, the HVAC retrofit to the original part of Scottsburg Elementary School. That's our ventilation system, updated and still in progress. Our recreational fields, the one at South Boston Elementary in particular, we have the parking lot completed, and also hardtop playground areas. You've seen some of those improvements, I'm sure. And then, of course, we replaced some of our maintenance equipment, one being the backhoe. And at this point, Mr. Brumfield is going to take it from here with the preventive maintenance.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. So preventive maintenance is something that we do consistently and constantly, from a daily to, from a weekly to monthly to quarterly to semi-annually to annual maintenance. We have a maintenance program that sends out alerts on a daily basis to let us know, or let our foremen know, what annual or what preventive maintenance needs to be done or what pops up. This is just showing you annual maintenance, semi-annual maintenance. I kind of just wanted to break it down to let you see what our guys, the maintenance crew, these are the guys that the maintenance crew and some service vendors that we are contracted with perform. And there should be one more that shows the weekly. And then if you see off to the side, it says capital maintenance schedule. The capital maintenance schedule is for parking lots, for painting, and roof repair. The reason why, now we do roof repair, we do small roof repair, we do small painting and things of that nature, or filling up potholes and things like that. But when it comes to doing the actual maintenance of doing the whole section of a school building, or painting the entire inside and outside of a school like we did a couple of years ago at Scottsburg, or parking lot maintenance, as is, we have a couple areas like maintenance department in Clays Mill Elementary, to where we have gravel lots, and some of our hardball parking lots are in need of maintenance at this time. So now what I want to do is I'm just going to move into going over some of our schools. During this time, you'll see some of the needs that we come up for our schools, and also you'll see attendance and capacities. So this right here is our enrollment that you all are probably very familiar of for this year, and plus you can see some outdated predictions. Those numbers that's outdated for the predictions, or the enrollment projections, I should say, is supplied to us by Weldon Cooper Center for Public Service out of Charlottesville, Virginia, and this is what they do for the state. Now, first elementary school that we're going to go into in no particular order, but, well, it is a particular order. It's by Clays Mill Elementary, first and foremost. some of the needs that is there, as you can see. I put them in order of what I felt and what little committee that I put together that helped me put this together, what we felt that was in the strongest need of priorities. And as you can see off to the right-hand side of the slide, you can see where our building capacity versus our enrollment. And then at the bottom, you can see where it shows that's the percentage of our building capacity / enrollment. Next slide, please. Cluster Springs recreational field. I like to bring that up due to the fact that at the recreational field out in that area, we also had to provide with operating budgets. We did a car rider line out into that field. With the recreational field, if approved, what will happen is that we'll build a parking lot right there, but we would go ahead and asphalt that road, therefore making it permanent. Right now, we had this done, car rider line in the last year, right before Christmas, and we just had someone go out there today to perform maintenance on that road to get it back up because of the potholes and the wash. Some of the road was washed away due to the rains that we've been getting. As you can see also to the side, same thing, student enrollment versus building capacity. Next slide, please. We have Meadville. Meadville, obviously, as you all know, are one of the schools that has not had one renovation or addition added to that school, along with Sinai, as you will see. That school, Meadville, has no gym and is still using the same heat that was provided in 1963 or 65 when that building was constructed. Next slide, please. Scottsburg Elementary. The wall HVAC systems needs replacing, which we are in progress for that. That's actually going to start when school lets out this year. So we'll be getting a new HVAC system in Scottsburg, and we'll be paying for that through ESSER funds. Next slide, please. Sinai, one of the schools like Meadville, with no additions or renovations to the school. So that's the reason why you may see a lot more needs for those schools than you would some of our others. Next slide, please. South Boston Elementary. Next slide, please. Sidney Jennings Elementary. And one thing I would like to talk about was Sidney Jennings Elementary School. And I brought this up to Mr. Edmonds, and he wanted to make sure that I shared this with everyone. So with the help of the school board, we were able to get capital funds in order to put the HVAC, a VRF, energy efficient HVAC system in the Sidney Jennings' original building, partial of the building. With that, if we could go to the next slide, I wanted you to see this. So this is just a small snapshot, but from September to December of 2019, which this is the last time we had all students in our buildings, compared to September to December of 21. The blue is to show you that this is the electrical usage during that time of 2019, and you can see the usage of 2021. In just 7 months, by the fact of you all being able to allow us to get the money in order to put this HVAC system in place, in the 4 months that we have begun, we have already saved close to $7,000 or 34% in energy cost just by doing what we did. And we are still on the trend to continue. I did not put January or February on there, but I just looked at it actually just the other day, and we saved another couple $1,000s in that process as well. So I wanted to show you this because this is what we're doing. When we renovate something, we put new HVAC equipment or anything of that nature, it is for us to be able to have long standing and also to be able to save us money and work more efficiently as a school division. The STEM Academy, or the future of the Pace Center. You can see parking lot maintenance just due to the fact that it's mostly gravel. Next, please. Halifax County Middle School. We've looked at some things. As you can see, painting, the estimated cost is double the amount of one, like a school like Scottsburg. Like in Scottsburg last year, we painted the inside and the outside of that school, every room and in all hallways, every bit that could be painted, and it went for $95,000 is what we ended up paying for that time. The marquee sign is another thing that we have been looking at. That would be a very nice sign to put out in front of the middle school in order to project any type of message that we would like to get across, because it's a very busy road right there, and also we would be able to get any type of messaging out to our Halifax County parents. Next slide, please. Halifax County High School, as we know, we're in the process, or we will be in the process of building a new high school here soon. Next slide, please. One I would like to talk about is athletic fields and courts in a little bit more detail. If you look at the track resurfacing, the tennis courts, things like that, I show you these pictures, but I want to really bring up something, is that it's the track resurfacing and tennis courts is something that the community uses more than our school division. And so, with that, I would like to see, because we don't have a line item for maintenance costs for athletic fields and courts, but with the permission of the board, or the permission, Ms. Hall, at some point, this is not what I'm asking for tonight, but maybe at some point that we can discuss the fact of seeing if the other localities would like to help in keeping up with the maintenance of these athletic fields if the community is also going to use them. It's just a suggestion or recommendation. Halifax County Public School Support Buildings. Next is the Media Center. The recommendation for me is that the Halifax County School Board deem this facility surplus and allow the property to revert to the Halifax County Board of Supervisors as per Code of Virginia. The reason why I request or ask this or recommend this is because we no longer use that building, but it's in our hands, and we're still providing electrical cost to that building, even though it's at a very, very, very minimum cost. But if we revert that back to the county, then the county could possibly find a way of utilizing that.
Is that in Halifax?
It's right beside Halifax County Loft, which was the old Halifax Health.
And we closed that school when?
I'm not sure, sir. It wasn't around. I can
Yeah, it's
tell you
been
that.
several years and we
Have
haven't
we
been
ever
using
given it back to the Board of Supervisors yet?
We have not. No, next, please. The maintenance department would like to get the parking lot asphalt. Next, transportation department. That is one of our oldest buildings in our school division. Is that, and it does not really, I don't know if I probably shouldn't say anything on that besides the fact that I would like to see some either renovations or new construction of a transportation department or garage. Also, transportation department's in need of a new or updated routing and GPS software program, which the initial cost would be, as you can see, somewhere around $150,000, but then from that point on, it'll be approximately $40,000 each year to keep that software updated properly. Immediate needs for our school division is what you all are well know of. Next, please. This is just something I wanted to put in is to show you that we haven't been sitting around. Notable projects for the last year, from the high school boiler all the way down to middle school baseball and softball scoreboard. Shows you that we've spent over $417,000 this year in just my operating funds for these projects. So I've taken money out of my operating funds in order to make sure that these projects, or some of them are projects, but Sunny walk-in cooler and Clay's Meal walk-in freezer, they just fell apart. So we had to replace them. Notable ESSER or stimulus projects, as you can see, with HVAC upgrade of Scottsburg. Once that is completed, we would have spent close to $1.7 million in ESSER funds on all of these projects that you see down below. Next slide, please. This is just a cost analysis, just give you a snapshot of what we've done the last few years since I've been here, and then what we have projected with our cost of our fiscal years, our future fiscal years. And if you could see in 21 was the big year where, excuse me, that the school board is the ones that passed that. We got the money immediately. We had a sale that year. We made over $100,000 in sales from transportation and our surplus. And with that, you can see we had $931,000, which was approved by the school board to get every single one of those projects done. It came in a little over at $975, but we paid the rest of that with the funds that we got from our surplus sale. So we did not have to dip in operating funds or ask for additional funding. This is our fiscal year 23. I did not put 24, 25, as you can see it in your booklet. But this is my plan for this upcoming school year, FY23. These are the needs for this coming up school year. And that would equal out to be somewhere around 1.25, 1.27 million. How do we accomplish this? We accomplish this by sticking to our capital improvement plans that we approve. Strategic and it's proactive. It's allowing us to be able to strategically plan for the future, knowing what monies we may have or what funding we may have to be able to take care of some of these issues. And then also, we're being proactive. We're not being reactive. Efficient operations, I think by sticking with our capital improvement plan, showing the board of supervisors that we are operating efficiently. And a facilities committee on quarterly meetings. Something that I'm going to put together is I'm going to put together a facilities committee that meets quarterly to where we can just discuss some of the issues that we may have in our schools to see if we can come up with some better ways of acting on them. And to the conclusion, is with just over 1 million square feet of building space being used year-round by thousands and thousands of students, staff, and stakeholders each day, there is a constant need for building improvements and the upkeep of athletic facilities within our school system. The purpose of the capital improvement plan is to maintain a strategic and proactive plan to allow us to stay on schedule with regard to the maintenance and upgrading of our facilities in order to provide a safe, comfortable, and dynamic learning environment and teaching environment for our students, staff, and the community of Halifax County. Next slide, please. If there are any questions.
I've got one question. The land that we own up at northern part of the county.
The Moorfield Family Farm, is that what you're asking?
Why are we still sitting on that?
We have to by the deed.
So
when it was left to us, Mr. McDowell, we have, I'll look deeper into it, but I think it's within the next 6 to 7 years, we had to hold on to that property, utilize it in any way that we want to within the school division, But if we were to get rid of it because we're no longer using it, we have to hold on to it for a certain amount of time before we are allowed to either sell it, donate it, whatever we want to do with it.
If we violate in the deed, take it to 2027, that might be the correct time. It reverts, if we choose not to keep it, it reverts to the Salvation Army according to the deed, so it's.
But we can't sell it in 2027?
Yes, sir, you can.
Yes, you can, but you have to wait until the trust runs out, so. And Robin can probably get you that information better because she has the deed.
Okay.
Sorry.
Mr. Brumfield, that property up there, can we cut the timber off of that?
There's some field and there's some timber, but we haven't done anything.
We haven't cut anything off of it, it's just sitting there.
Correct.
Last I heard, somebody was volunteering to go over there and mow the grass.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
The upkeep of that area.
Would it be
keep an eye on it.
advantageous for us to go, well, probably too late to do it by 27, would it be advantageous for us to make some tree land out of that or something? Cut some of that stuff out, replant some trees?
I don't know if it'll grow in time of 7 years, but I mean,
I know.
we could do that. Yes, sir, we could.
That's just 7 years before it's over with, but we could keep the land even further than that if we go ahead and plant the trees and wait for them to mature. That would be some additional money.
That is an option, sir.
I know you can't answer. It never's come up for us to do that, because I've been sitting here thinking, as long as we've had that property, nothing has come up to, do anything with it. One of the board members, husband would go over and mow the grass on it. I know that for a fact. That's what's going on. There's no value to it at all.
I mean, it has values.
Well, I know the value when to sell it and to make it home, but doesn't have no other value to make money out of?
There's no water source or anything like that on the land.
There's no what?
There's no pond, creeks, or anything like that.
In order to move the media center, is that, any action that you need from the board? I mean, is that something we should move forward with, or?
Yes, I would need the board's approval in order to,
Are you soliciting that now?
I am. Yes, sir, I'm sorry. I should have said that at the very beginning. My two recommendations is the approval of the capital improvement plan and also the approval for me to be able to give this back to the board of supervisors of the county.
Are you asking for the capital improvement plan for 22 to 23, or?
This is the entire plan.
So through 2027?
Yes, ma'am, but,
Okay.
Ms. Hicks, just, we understand that at times that we're not going to be able to fulfill this because of things that arise, emergencies, if we have to replace a boiler like what we had to at the high school, it cost us like close to $70,000 to do. We understand that we may have to maneuver and adjust things as planned.
I would like to just say something quick. I don't know if I'm comfortable projecting that far out, because just at a brief glance, I mean, there's so much in here, thank you.
Yes.
There's a ton of information. We don't know what we're doing with elementary schools. And I will just say, one thing that I noticed was Meadville, I think, had 7 items listed, and I only saw 5 of them listed in the improvement plan up through 2027. So I would like to get some more answers on that type of stuff.
Madam Chair? Yes. All right. Is there, would it cause you any issues if we address the capital improvement plan at the next board meeting, so we can review this?
Yes, you have all the time that you need.
Okay.
Just to say at the bottom, this, the additional classroom and gym, that's not going to be on the capital because that's a number that we would be utilizing, like you said, with the referendum funding.
Yes, sir.
then I would like to put two motions on the floor. I'll put, starting with the first motion, and that I make the motion that we allow the central office to start the process of reverting that media center property to the county.
Okay, that's your first motion. Get a second for that, act on it, and then we'll do the second one.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Let's go for a vote. Roll call vote, please. Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
And my second motion would be that we table this matter until the April meeting, and with a specific direction to Mr. Brumfield at the April meeting to bring us specific information about what he hopes to accomplish in the 2023 year. Because this is a fairly thick manual, and give us specific information as far as what you hope to accomplish during the 2023 year, so that we're not approving a broad brush.
Am I allowed to speak? Because you just said a motion, correct?
That's my motion, yes.
I second that.
So a second. Okay. Any discussion?
Oh, my only discussion is, Vice Chair, the fiscal year 23.
I did see your slide in there with your intent, but I guess what I want to make sure as part of my motion and part of the vote, that we know that we're not approving all of this, that we're specific in what we are approving at the April meeting. So, I did see that slide, but I want to make sure we're clear on that point when we cast our vote in April.
Okay, I understand that but this is a strategic plan that we have put, that is a plan for the next 5 years. And this is what our goal is to try to stick to it, but we know as time goes, we may have to maneuver. But I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Let's have a roll call vote then, please. Yes.
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 Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Move the motion again, please. Which means we'll have to approve it at that time or not, right?
Yes.
Okay, yes.
All right. Next item is masks on buses. Oh, shoot. Go ahead. I forgot.
I just wanted to address the one component that's in there, in the capital improvement plan, is the GPS routing system. And I have tons of information I just want to give you guys tonight, so that you can.
Why are you doing that?
Yes.
It's gonna cost us $400,000.
Not 400,
$200.
it's gonna be less than that.
150.
And there are 3 different, price quotes in there from 3 different companies. And my preferred one is gonna be staying with the routing system that we currently have and getting training on that, because I've had no training and no one knows exactly how to use that. And then adding a GPS component to it, and that will save us money. On the front end of that, you'll see the different prices listed, and my preference is the one that's called Tyler Versatrans.
That's the one that I really would prefer because it will save us money. And if you look on the front of the packet, I actually included what I've consolidated so far this year. I've consolidated 5 routes, and with the salaries included, and then I got the insurance numbers from Donna Henderson and the Social Security that we pay. Right now, I've already cut and saving $117,130 yearly from the budget. So that would definitely offset the cost of what I'm asking for the GPS routing system.
Well, how much is it gonna cost then?
The prices are on each of these. I didn't know if you wanted to go over that and waste time tonight on that, because I gave, all the prices are in here. The Versatrans that I want and think would be the most beneficial to us is gonna run approximately $112,000 for the first year. That's the most cost-effective one. And it would use the routing system that we currently have and just add in a component of GPS tracking that we don't currently have.
So that means we bought something that we didn't have the use for.
Well, we're using parts of that
Right.
Versatrans for our trip tracker, doing our athletic trips.
Right.
And we're also using it for maintenance reports and stuff.
Okay, and how much is it every year after that?
After that, it's going to be much cheaper. It's all included in this packaging. But Versatrans is going to be our best bang for the buck, I can tell you. If you look at the one that says Tyler,
I heard $40,000. Did I hear that wrong?
it's gonna be, yeah, it's for the yearly upkeep, because it's a service that we have to subscribe to.
Okay.
And it's gonna probably run us more like
60,000.
60,000 in that ballpark.
So in 2
But
years.
that will give us, okay, these are my main concerns that I get calls for every day, okay? Bus drivers are driving too fast. I don't have any way of knowing that. I call the drivers and discuss their speed, and you know, sometimes buses look like they're going fast and they sound like they're going fast, but they're really not. This would allow me to pull up every bus out there on the road, and I will be able to see the speed in real time.
Right.
It will also allow me to say, okay, this bus is located here, and they did stop. Many parents will say that my kid's still waiting at the bus stop, the bus didn't stop. That will allow me to say, yes ma'am, or yes sir, the bus stopped at your address at this time. It will also have a parent app, so that parents, it will cut down on the calls where they call in wanting to know where's my bus, where's my child's bus. They will be able to see in real time on their phone, they'll have an app that will show them where the bus is located. They'll know if they've already missed the bus, they can catch up to the bus down the road, or they'll know if the bus hasn't reached there yet, so.
So from what I'm adding up here, so if you're looking at $56,000, we're gonna actually pay more for the upkeep in a couple of years than we are for the.
No, not, especially when you look at the savings that I'm already saving every year right now. In my first 6 months, I've cut $117,000.
That's what you use to pay for that 60 grand. I heard that. So, and that's not even including any other savings that may come up.
No, that's
because
not
we use it.
including,
Yeah,
no.
okay.
Because I've actually, I'm incorporating more like vans instead of just cars carrying 1 or 2 children.
Right.
I'm preferring vans because you can pay a driver to drive 4 kids instead of a driver to drive 1 or 2.
Right.
So I've actually gotten 3 vans and have done that already, so.
That's good. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
One question. The software also provides GPS tracking and route tracking for the bus drivers, right? So if we have a substitute on a new route, it shows them where to go and where to stop?
Well, I will print out that from the computer system I have now. I did check into getting tablets, and it is crazy expensive. So that would shoot an initial cost up a good between $200,000 and $300,000.
Okay, so it won't help the drivers with what route to go and which road to turn on?
Where we can print that out completely.
But it's a piece of paper they would have to follow?
Yeah.
Ms. Moore,
Yes.
do you know if there's any other system out there that would help us do that that's less expensive?
I've got all the three that
Okay.
are the best.
Okay.
And VersaTrans would be my choice, only because that's what we already have for routing. We just haven't tapped into that so far, but I want to tap into it badly. We've tapped into, like I said, the trip tracker for our sports teams. The coaches can go in and log in when they want to do a trip. And we log in with the maintenance reports. Jonathan uses that quite a bit. So it would be cheaper and wiser to use the routing system we already have and me get trained on that and know how to do that, make our routes more efficient, and then get this GPS component from the same company. Now I'm waiting for a price back from Zonar. They're one other on GPS. I had that quote in with Transponder, but I'm waiting for them to give me a price back with me just getting them to use it with VersaTrans. So it may be that I have a little bit better price at the next meeting. But I just wanted you guys to have the information that I've gathered so far.
Just for my general knowledge and information, how long have you been trying to get this done?
I started researching in September.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, yes, sir.
And how long have you, I'm gonna be nasty, how long have you had VersaTrans?
It's been long before my time.
That's what I thought.
Like 10 years, maybe? Yeah, like 10 years, maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it was a long time.
Okay, I just wanna open any rooms up, I'm sorry. Why can't they get apps for their phones to help them find where they need to go? Did you say they
Without
got?
GPS, they can't. We're
Huh?
gonna have GPS, that's gonna be the GPS component of it, so that parents will be able to have an app that will show them where their child's bus is,
Where they gonna get the app from?
off their phone, on their smartphone,
Okay,
everybody's got
why
one.
can't the drivers get the same app?
It can show the driver where they're located at the time.
Okay, but I'm just saying, you know what, your route is gonna be this, you're gonna pass these kids right here at this spot. What about the rest of the route? It doesn't show that too? Or can it show that?
If we get the, individual units, that are the GPS units, a tablet is what it is, it's a tablet on each bus. And those are exceptionally
That's
expensive.
why I picked that up, but I didn't
Yeah.
pick up why they couldn't use their own phones for that.
Oh, the bus drivers, 'cause
Right.
they're not allowed to have their phones out.
So it'd behoove them to get that printed out and have that with them.
Yeah. So,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Okay.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you for your time.
No, thank you.
Okay. Item 4 would be the masks on buses. Mrs. Hicks?
Yes, I would like to make a motion, just say, per CDC guidelines on February 25th, they do not require that people wear masks on buses or vans operated by public or private school systems. So I would like to make a motion to make mask optional on school buses starting tomorrow. I second that.
So any discussion? Okay.
We gotta make that into a motion for this school, because it's already a state law, right?
For Halifax County.
Yep, she just
Huh?
did. County. Yep.
It is a state law. Right?
Yes,
Okay. So we gotta do it anyway, but.
well,
No?
CDC.
Huh?
The CDC does not require that people wear masks on buses or vans operated by public or private school systems.
So we're saying that they should wear masks or not wear masks?
Does not require.
It's not required.
Okay. Any other discussions? Okay.
Roll call. Who's second?
Mr. McDowell? Yes.
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 Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, I have a caveat for this. Please make sure that we can tell our kids at the school, that they can wear those if they want to, in school and on the buses for their own sake? Yes.
Next item is employee masks. Mrs. Hicks?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for employees, staff, and visitors for masks to be optional per the CDC guidelines that says at the community level is not at high transmission, masks are no longer required. And in Halifax County, the community level is now medium. And with the second part of that motion would be that if a staff member has tested positive, they can come back on day 6 to wear a mask for days 6 through 10. But they would be required to still wear a mask from days 6 through 10. The first part of the motion was that masks are optional for employees, staff, and visitors per the CDC, stating that we're in medium instead of high level of transmission.
I second that. Is there any discussion?
I have a question. Mr. Long, can that be 2 motions instead of 1?
I'm not certain.
Yeah,
I'm not certain. I would like to hear that again, and please speak into the microphone.
Okay. Well, the motion is that masks are optional for staff, visitors, and employees at schools.
Let's stop there and see if you can get a motion, and then address the second part.
Okay.
Can you get a second?
Need a motion?
Second.
Okay, all right. Is there any discussion on that? Let's go ahead and vote on that. Yes.
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 District 4, Mr. Camp.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Evans.
Yes.
6, Ms. Chadwell.
Yes.
District 7, Mr. McDowell.
Yes.
District 8, Mr. Potts.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
And now that you have the floor, just make your second motion, which was, I understand it, about employees who had tested positive.
Well, could I ask Mrs. Slayback to comment on that? If I still need to make that motion?
Okay, that's good, that's good.
I would just like to have a caveat to that optional rule, is that if somebody tests positive, they're still considered contagious right now for 10 days, so we are allowing them to come back on day 6 if their symptoms have improved. They still need to wear a mask days 6 through 10 because they are still considered contagious.
So that's the school policy currently?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Okay.
feel like if we make the mask, just say it's optional, then people that feel strongly about that will not want to wear the mask on days 6 or 10 if they do test positive.
Right, so we would be sort of negating our rule. Okay. So,
Madam Chair,
Yes.
could we not just state that for the return during an infectious period, you have to be masked for whatever time, and not define it by days, but to say, if you're going to return to work during your infectious period, I guess you dictate that, would require masking.
Then that would be good.
And not
Okay.
have a day limit, that would be my recommendation.
okay.
Okay.
Would you like to then restate your motion, Ms. Hicks?
Yes.
Based on what, I guess, Mr. Lloyd was discussing.
Yeah, so effective date tomorrow, because we've had questions on when these types of things become effective. Effective tomorrow, anyone, staff, employees, or teachers who are infectious would have to wear a mask upon the return. Was that fair?
I would add in, I'm sorry, during their infectious.
During their infectious period.
Okay.
Second.
All right. Any discussion on that?
That is 10 days, right?
10 days from the start of symptoms or 10 days from a positive test if they don't have symptoms.
Okay.
Does that need to be put in there?
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? Roll call. Ms. Mahan? Yes.
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 I will vote yes on this with the caveat being added that people need to be more conscious about wearing the mask, especially with the percentage only being at 55%. That's a yes vote for the caveat.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right. RFP Securities, Mr. Camp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to make a motion that the school system prepare an RFP for security services for our high school.
Second.
Any discussion?
You want to get back by the April meeting?
I just throw it out there and let them get it done and put it on the website and get some quotes so we can get some budget, some figures for the budget, see what we're looking at, I mean, just leave it open-ended where, unless you want, whatever, you want to change it to April.
Well, it's gonna have to be April, because that's our next meeting. I just don't want to leave it open for it to just keep on going and going and going.
Okay.
So,
By that giving them enough time to get that done, to get that out and get that back, or should we make it by May?
You're gonna have, for budget purposes, you, on the top
budget
there,
purposes, you're gonna have it for April, probably.
Okay, so we gotta have it by April.
Parent, regarding RFP for security services. So we'll have.
Be it in by April meeting.
Can I change that?
Certainly.
I move that the school system prepare an RFP for security services.
For the high school.
Receive bids by the April.
Yeah. Okay.
Second.
It's a second. Is there anyone else who wants to second anything besides Ms. Shotwell? Okay, I'm just checking. Did somebody say they were tired?
We got a lot to go.
Okay. Ms. Mahan?
Wait, discussion. Is there any discussion?
Already. Is there any discussion?
I just do have one thought, Ms. Madam Chair. Should we, instead of saying high school, should we say for secondary? I mean, I think under the last report we received, some of these employees may be shared between the high school and middle school. Is that correct, Mr. Brooks? So should we admit to say security?
But I wouldn't say shared, I would say that we need representation of both schools, period.
Can't we just call it for Halifax County Public Schools, and then whatever services they provide, they can analyze if we need?
But they need to know exactly what schools we're talking about, because we got 7 elementary schools.
I think the plan that we saw previously had recommendations from the firm services, so they might give us part of that in their RFP, in their bid.
You want to amend your motion there, Mr. Camp?
No, I thought she said secondary. Or are you looking for something for all schools? I just want to make sure we're on the same page.
I think we're gonna do it for all schools.
Will you make the motion?
I just want to make sure
I move that Halifax County Public Schools prepare an RFP for security services for all of our schools, so that bids can be received by the April school board meeting.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay. Ms. Mahan?
Mr. Willis Raymond?
Yes.
Mr. Dumas Lloyd?
Yes.
Mr. Dumas Hicks?
Yes.
Mr. Camp?
Yes.
Thomas Evans?
Yes.
Mr. Sixty Scotland?
Yes.
Seven, Mr. Bell?
Yes.
Eight, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Motion carries 8-0.
All right. Mr. Lloyd, need for you to read the information for us to go into closed session, sir.
Pursuant to section 2.23711 of the Code of Virginia, I move that the board convene a closed meeting for the purpose of considering the following specific matters: personnel, the appointment, resignation, salaries, and performance of specific division employees as authorized by section 2.23711.1 of the Code of Virginia, and discipline specific students of the school division as authorized by section 2.23711.2 of the Code of Virginia, and school security, the discussion of plans related to the security of any governmental facility, building, or structure, or the safety of persons using such facility, building, or structure as authorized by section 2.23711-19 of the Code of Virginia. And lastly, contracts, the discussion of award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offerers, and discussion of the terms of scope of such a contract, where discussion in any open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body as authorized by section 2.23711.29 of the Code of Virginia.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? 7 minutes.